Yeah, and Azizul Hakim are the two respective captains. Mr. Rudy Birkenstock is the match referee. Mohammed, you've got the coin. Please make it a toss for us. Yes.
Okay, that's the head. Queen's head is the head, and that's the tail. So you can spin it, Mohammed. Tails is the call, and it's a head. South Africa's won the toss.
Mohammed, you've won the toss. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to bowl first. It looks like quite a bit of grass on the wicket. We're hoping there's a little bit of moisture early on. And then with the sun in a roll midday, we're hoping it gets better to bat as the day goes along.
I spoke about this being part of the preparations for the World Cup in about 6 months' time. Plenty of cricket in the last 6 months as well. How much are you looking forward to this series against Bangladesh?
No, I think around the group there's a lot of excitement. I think Bangladesh are quite a strong side and we're looking forward to the challenge, especially our home turf.
A couple of new guys in this squad now for this series. What are you expecting from those new guys?
Yeah, listen, the new guys, they've earned a spot in the side, doing what they do best, and they're quite confident. They bring a lot of excitement to the group, and we're just looking for them to be themselves.
I'm going to challenge you now. Can you remember your 11?
I can remember my 11, yeah. I got myself and Jorik van Schalkwyk opening, Arman Manak at 3, Jason Rolls at 4, Daniel Bosman 5, we've got Kamogelo Piri 6, Paul James 7, Mbata 8, Corneille on debut at 9, and then our bowlers in JJ and Bayanda.
Wonderful. We'll play well today.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Azizul, what would you have done if you had won the toss?
I wanted to send just ball first thing in my mind. No problem. I just dismiss you in the match first innings. So just try always.
Coming off a very good tour of Sri Lanka, a couple of rain-affected games there. But what are you most excited about this tour of South Africa?
The South African wickets and the grounds, our conditions. This is excited for me and exciting. We are and looking forward to it.
All the best and play well today.
Thank you so much.
So, news from the toss is that South Africa have won the toss and they've decided to have a bowl first.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are, a Youth One Day International, as we shine the light on the future of what international cricket will ought to be. The under-19s are playing a tri-match series here as we are watching South Africa under-19 taking on Bangladesh under-19s. We are in the east of Gauteng in Benoni, Willowmoore Park, and we are coming to you live on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel alongside Pitch Vision. In commentary here today, as South Africa win the toss and choose to field first, is me, Mpendulo Makubane, and with an iconic figure in South African cricket, Nono Pongolo.
Yeah, good morning everyone. Good morning, Pendulo. Such a lovely morning here in Benoni. And I've got an exciting match ahead of us. South Africa, as you said, have won the toss and elected to bowl first, trying to make use of the conditions. I've got to say, looking at the surface, not a lot of grass in play. Looks very good for batting. Of course, it is a winter surface. And yeah, you got to say all the grass being rolled into the surface. So we're looking forward to what could potentially be a run-scoring match, higher run-scoring match than that.
Corne Porta will start proceedings. JJ Passon, rather, starting proceedings.
Yeah, a bit of shape and young man who has probably been hampered with some injuries of late, but good to see him back. Plenty of potential as JJ Passon. So looking forward to see what he's made of. So yeah, an exciting prospect ahead. And again, as the under-19s continue to prepare for themselves for that 2026 World Cup in Zimbabwe and Namibia, quite an exciting time as well, watching these under-19s get a lot of opportunities as well. Had the England tour early on in the year as well.
When JJ Passon, truly a missed figure during that England tour at the beginning of the year. And now he's made his way back, coming through that Namibia tour, which was earlier on this year in May. And now he continues with his work, coming from Noordhavel, the same school as Corne Porta, JJ Passon. But these are excellent lengths that he's executing here. And Zawad seeing his mistakes, flashing at the previous delivery, and now he's just recollecting himself, or adjusting to what the conditions have to offer.
Yeah, really looking forward to see how the Bangladeshi players enjoy the South African conditions as well. They've been around, played a couple of warm-up games as well in South Africa. And you got to say, looks like conditions that are not too dissimilar to where they come from.
Just coming and driving towards the east here. There's a breeze that's blowing across. If we're watching from the camera, it's blowing from the left to the right of your screen, and it seems to be also assisting JJ Passon to move the ball away from the left-hander.
It's one of those things bowlers will be assessing quite early on in the morning, assessing if there might be any assistance. And of course, as a left armer swinging the ball away, he's got two slips.
Ooh, tightening his line. The ball constantly moving away, this time just keeping its shape. And due to the length, it forces Beck to play it. Did well to keep it down on the ground as they get his first runs.
Yeah, not only does he extract any bit of swing that's available, JJ Passon, he's quite a tall young man as well. And that extra bounce is something that as batters you should be expecting. So not only can he pitch the ball up, but he does surprise a lot of players as well with that extra bounce.
Ask the questions from umpire Bongani Jele. He doesn't hear the appeal. The ball seems to be just going down that leg side and also pitching outside that leg stump. But it's a good start here from JJ Passon and the South Africans. It's 2 for no loss after 1.
A decent start from JJ Passon, setting the tone as the responsibility of the opening bowler. always just having a look in terms of how much swing will be available. And we get to know with white ball cricket, of course, not quite sure how long the swing would last for. So he's had a look and he's seen there is a hint of swing available. And it's just about making use of it and making sure that you do make the batter play as much as you can whilst it's still available.
And he's going to be definitely happy that he got the batter to play, making him question some of the leaves, especially that first ball where he was just fending off it outside the off stump. The lengths are so key as well here from JJ Besson, because the batter doesn't know whether to go forward or backwards, as seen with that previous delivery, which was cut down to the third man. However, we start over number 2. Bayanda Majola. He bowls to a right-handed length, which would have been a good one, but to a left-hander, it will be called wide.
Alluded to early on as well, it's a winter's wicket. And typically in winter, you don't get a lot of grass. And as you've spoken about the surface so far, you have to say, if you're looking at both ends, you've got to say it's quite bare. And if there's any bit of grass that's available, rolled in grass, dry grass, it's in the middle of the surface.
These are serious lines and lengths from Bayanda Majola. And just speaks to how good the bowling is currently, because if the pitch allows the ball to come to a little bit interested in the delivery that Besson delivered, but Zawad Abram, he's been a man in good touch. Bangladesh were playing against Sri Lanka earlier on this year. Scored 200s. So when we sit and we watch Rifat Beg and Zawad Abram, mustn't take it for granted, and remember, Nono, as well, that even though Bangladesh are still growing to become big names in cricket in general, their under-19 team is one of the strongest sides around.
Yeah, you got to say, former champions, winning their first under-19 tournament in Potchefstroom. And they'll have really good memories of this country. And again, just remembering that World Cup in 2020, how exciting it was, how well supported Bangladesh was in South Africa. And of course, whenever you get to play against India, it's always a massive opportunity for Bangladeshi players. And of course, the subcontinent as a whole would know the love for cricket is massive. And I'm just going back to that again. Unfortunately, last World Cup wasn't a good one for Bangladesh.
That is a cracking strike from Rifat Beg. Just gets on top of it, with offered by JJ Besson. No diving man can stop it for yet another boundary.
Yeah, with an offer, and gladly take it. And you just feel maybe the left-right combination is causing havoc here for JJ Besson. Really struggling with his lines and pouncing on a bit of width that is offered.
I feel like what made his first over so good, no. was that, the lengths. He was hitting that back of a length and just squeezing the Bangladeshis from playing and freely, hitting through the line of the ball. And so over number 3 comes to an end. It's 18 for no loss.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, one thing that we always take for granted is that left-right combination early on. We know most bowlers have preferences. Some bowlers might, especially your left armers, some might prefer to start with a left-hander. And after bowling an over, so it's easy to adjust to a right-hander. Some players might just prefer a right-hander. And this left-right combination, rotation of strike has been really good. And all of a sudden, within 2 overs, there's a lot of adjustments that are being made by the bowlers. And as we said, we're not quite sure how much swing will always be available. And all of a sudden, from that first over, we saw a bit of swing. And in the second over, not a lot on offer. And now that adjustment is maybe just what caught the South African bowlers.
But that's the beauty of 50 over cricket. You have a lot of time to get yourself back into track. Normally, your first over spells run for about 4 to 6 overs. So even if your first over is not the ideal one that you wanted, like we saw Banda Majola, his first ball was a wide down to the right, to the left-hander. In his second, in your third over, you slowly get your rhythm in, and then you must start extracting what the pitch needs to give you. So in this over, we're hoping that Majola will know exactly where to place the ball, as he did in that first delivery.
I mean, that's the beauty of 50 over cricket. I mean, I'll always say it's long enough for you to still have a comeback. It's not like T20 cricket where maybe the captain starts twitching and looking to make that change. You can trust the bowler for slightly longer. Yes, you haven't got your second over as well as you could have, but I'm going to give you another over. We're going to realign ourselves in terms of what areas you need to hit. And I still believe the nature of the new ball in 50 over cricket is ensuring that you take wickets. So sometimes, yes, you might concede some runs, but if JJ Bosson and Bayanda Majola can still give South Africa 2-3 wickets in the power play, even though they might be going at 6 runs and over, you feel that they've done their job, because wickets is the name of the game, especially on a surface that at the moment does look a really good one.
They're appealing. It's a good take from Kamokhelo Piri, but umpire Mazizi Kampu saying that there was no bat involved.
I think we've seen those tricks. And quite an experienced umpire as well, who said not at under 19 level I'll fall for those tricks.
Love the gamesmanship being shown by the under-19s nonetheless at such an age. Good take from Piri. Very good looking shot from Abraham. But the adjustment we were talking about, Nono, seems to be done here by Banda Majola, giving nothing away.
I mean, if you look around world cricket at the moment, you think about the likes of Trent Bolt, the Dale Steins. Probably say it's an art that's going away when it comes to swing bowling, when it comes to the white ball cricket. And it's something that you always try to warn bowlers against.
That's going to be slashed away. We were just praising him right a moment ago about how he's constructed this over well. He gives them all of the width he could ask for. Abra will not ask twice. 4 runs to end the over, 22 for no loss after 4.
And it was about the point I was about to make, the importance of not always looking for swing. Because at times, if you start your ball wide outside of stump, expecting the ball to swing back into the right hander, and it doesn't swing, that's where you can get yourself in trouble as a bowler. And it's at times, often, maybe you just want to go into the game just thinking it's not even going to be available to me. Hit your good lines and lengths. If it does happen to swing, it's a bonus. And it's so important to always have that mindset sometimes, not looking for that swing.
To the point, Nono. hitting the line, hitting the length, and then just enough movement to cause problems to Beg. And he didn't really do much. He's doing what he's been doing best.
Yeah, probably just needs to build a house there, JJ Basod. South Africa, you feel they've had in this past 4 overs, they've had probably one decent over so far where they've strung balls together outside that off stump. And now it's about rebuilding again, settling in outside off stump.
This is good from JJ Basson. And to be fair, he's found it a little bit easier against Rifat Beg, the left-hander. It's a much more natural line for him to bowl as a left-hander, and it's much more work for the left-handed batter, left arm, left hand. And it's much more hard work for the left-handed batter with the ball moving away from him too. And JJ Basson just needs to continuously land it on that length, because if it doesn't move, it still creates problems for the batter.
Yeah, you often speak about alignment, and it's something that maybe not a lot of people will get to understand, that the slight margins that a bowler has to make, where when he's bowling to the right-hander, slightly going across yourself. When you're bowling to a right-hander, you have to align your footwork, almost like you're going to leg slip if it's a left-hander that's batting. And he finds it a lot easier when it's a left-hander that is batting, because then just has to align himself to Piri, the wicketkeeper.
And then the lines that he can bowl also are far more open, because he has all options to take his wickets. We saw with that one, just keeping its line. And the ball before, interestingly enough, we saw Beg actually reach for the ball away from his body to compensate for that movement away from him. And it's really good here from Basson that the next ball he's able to keep its shape and just squeeze the left-hander from playing the ball like he wants to. So great thought process from the bowler. Great execution from JJ Basson. But Beg just digs on the ground. He's getting a little bit fidgety here.
Yeah, it's amazing what a couple of dots can do to a batter. And South Africa have had an over that they would prefer. It's been a quiet over, probing over outside off stump. Might feel that previous delivery might have got away with it slightly, full delivery outside of stump. And batter just missing that one. So you look to finish the over strong.
And he does. Beautiful bowling from JJ Basson. First maiden of the match. Keeps them in their feet. 22 for no loss for Bangladesh. I think what makes that delivery key as well from JJ Basson was its construction. Every single delivery was hitting that back of a length, and it was pushing Rifat backwards. And with him constantly moving the ball away and then keeping its line, he says, okay, I've gotten you on the back foot often enough now. Let me just push it forward. Let's see if you still have that drive, because Daniel Bosman and Mohamed Bulbuli are still there, 2 slips. And his feet were not there, Rifat Beg, so he's very lucky that he didn't get an edge either.
Yeah, you got to say, as well, from the South Africans, it's so important to also keep your nerves as well, because it's so easy when maybe the opposition you feel have a decent start, then you start taking away some of those slip, you start placing them maybe at cover, extra cover, and you forget about the wicket taking options that you seek.
Here's a chance. It's too much for JJ Basson. Just enough width for Abra to free his full extension of the bat, and the conviction behind the shot takes the ball over the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, again, just looking for a bit of swing way outside off stump. And Bangladesh have showed any bit of width that's it's offered, they'll certainly pounce. And again, Slade way outside of stump, and almost went for 6, which was surprising.
You know, that boundary, and actually all the three boundaries that have been conceded so far by the South Africans, showcase the point you just spoke of setting the field. So often, if you're seeing balls fly around, you have that temptation to try something different. And it's so important for Bulbulia and Rolls, the co-captains, to realize that the boundaries they are conceding is through faulty bowling. It's not because the batters are being so out of the... It's not because the batters are playing extraordinary shots. It's because JJ Basson and Majola every now and then just offer them that width to allow them to play the ball. So there's nothing wrong with the field placing. There's nothing wrong with the ideology. Just sometimes the execution from the bowler can let the plan go.
Yeah, I always say, as a captain, you're only as good as your bowling unit. They can certainly make you look good, and at times can look like you don't know what you're doing as skipper as well.
This is good. This is good, though, from Majola. It looks so clean when he gets it on the mark. And actually, it shows that the pitch and the conditions right now, at the moment, still have something. There's a little bit of zip from the surface. And the sun out and the wind as well might blow and dry that moisture up as the day progresses. So it's extra important for the bowlers to continuously hit their good spots. That's our first taste of sweet chin music from Banda Majola, but it's very well dealt with by Rifat Beg. It's going to end over number 6, Bangladesh. They'll be good here. Little bit of oohs and ahs here and there, but so far so good. They're not chasing for unnecessary shots. They're not doing things outside of the textbook, and this is why they haven't lost a wicket so far, despite some good deliveries from the opening bowlers.
Yeah, you feel at the moment pressure is on the South Africans. The Bangladeshi batters have adjusted well to the conditions here at Willowmoore Park. And it's about South Africa now bringing themselves back into the game.
Wild flash from Rifat Beg. He's not enjoying facing JJ Basson. He faced an entire maiden over the last time they faced off, and so he wants to start the over in the ascendancy.
And just following up his previous over, 7 dots in a row from JJ Basson. Not quite the over from Bayanda Majola in the previous over. Slight fielding change from the South Africans. 2 gullies at the moment. I say the backward point now has gone a lot deeper to maybe accommodate the gully that's been placed. Always twitch when I see a gully in white ball cricket, because then you got to say maybe that's the messaging that the bowler might be seeing, that I must bowl that ball outside off stump. Yes, we do understand that he's quite a tall bowler, but at the moment I don't think I've seen anything that has made me feel that the ball is going to go to that gully region, unless it's for stopping the batter. Beautiful delivery from maybe just guiding the ball through that gully region towards the third.
You know what I think? With the ball moving away and Beg now really feeling like he has to get bat on ball, the propensity to play an unnecessary shot and just flash outside one way you shouldn't is more likely to happen now than if Beg had control over the over. There it is, and the ball goes past second slip. Just where they moved Daniel Bosman. And it's going to run down for 4 where it could have been a wicket.
After praising him in the previous over for holding their nerve and continuing to keep their 2 slips. And this over, South Africa opting to make that change and taking Jason Rolls to gully. And guess what? Ball going exactly where the second slip would have been. Opportunity for South Africa.
Now his once one takes it deep. What a catch! That is out of the top draw. Phenomenal. Phenomenal, phenomenal. And that deserves all the cheers as South Africa dismiss Rifat Beg.
What a way for South Africa to get their first wicket. After saying they probably just made an error in their field placement, moving that second slip. But guess what? JJ Basson puts that ball past him and bowls a fantastic short delivery. But the ball was just the beginning part of that process, because the ball went in the air, went over the head of mid-wicket. Footwork was good, but what an outstanding one-handed catch.
Oh, that was nothing short of fantastic. The short ball does the trick. It doesn't matter now what tactics they should have used or could have used. The one that they implemented has worked. And it's 32 for 1, with one delivery remaining in over number 7. Coming in at number 3 now for Bangladesh under-19s, Azizul Hakim Tamim, the captain of the Bangladeshis. Now a little bit, Bulbulia and Rolls' decisions will feel a bit more vindicated, that they have chosen to bowl first. Wouldn't have thought that that is the way they were going to get their wickets, the way things were happening, but that element of surprise.
I think, again, I did mention earlier the importance of looking for that bit of swing and realizing as soon as possible, if it's not swinging anymore, you use the attributes. And JJ Basson, we've just said, is a very tall bowler. Yes, he can swing the ball, but making use of his height. It ends the over. South Africa have got their first wicket.
Wonderful start from South Africa. Having won the toss and elected to bowl first, they've got a very big wicket. Beg caught excellently at mid-wicket by Bandile Mbata. It's the short ball that's going to be the problem for these Bangladeshis. And coming from some conditions, especially on that tour of Sri Lanka, which was heavily impacted by the rain. This kind of bounce would be something that they are not accustomed to. Wonderful catch, though. Rightly mentioned Nono Pongola about the field placing, and it's so important to try and remain patient playing against the subcontinent. .33 for 1 inside the 8th. It's a good start.
You got to say, before that wicket, I had felt it was a decent start from Bangladesh. Assessed the conditions quite well and really pounced on anything loose that's been offered by the South Africans. But that wicket, you just feel, maybe might just bring South Africa back into this contest once more. I've loved how tight the backward point has been. Really just almost feels like a gully / backward point as well. That's how close he is. And any thought of just guiding the ball past.
former Bangladeshi captain. A lot of these youngsters play the under-19 cricket from a very young age. When you look at the progress of Bangladesh over the years, so many of the youngsters have gone through and represented Bangladesh at senior.
Continue piling a bit of pressure from the other end as well. And you got to say it's been slightly just a bit loose from Bayanda Majola. And at the moment, you feel at the moment his role is just to continue giving support to JJ Basson.
Good stop and cover. Dangerous player, Abrar. Pendulo Mokubane made mention of the fact that he scored 200s on that tour of Sri Lanka. Started with 130 of 106 in his first game. And plenty of rain in Colombo for that series. 6-match series against Sri Lanka. So he's a man that gets Bangladesh off to really good starts. Short and errant from Basson, and helped on its way fine from Azizul Tamim, and gets his first boundary of his innings.
We'll give him some leeway there from JJ Basson, because on this occasion he gets it wrong. A good delivery to a left-hander, but Zawad Abrav is a right-handed batter. And again, making use on the width offered.
In the air momentarily, and then a fumble at square leg. Allows for Abrar and Hakim to scramble for the single. How important this is series to both sides, Nono, because when you look at it, the countdown has begun to that ICC Men's Under-19 World Cup. Just a little under 6 months to go now.
I'm going to say I've been enjoying the preparation, inbound tours. And I had a slight look at the fixtures coming up. We've got the series, 3-match series. And quickly they make their way across the border to Zimbabwe, playing in Harare, just following up the tri-series currently taking place between South Africa, New Zealand, and in Zimbabwe. And it's quite important for South Africa as well to get used to those conditions, because that's where the World Cup will be held in 6 months' time, as you've mentioned. Lovely. And it's so important for these players as well, because there's so much that they've had already in the season. We had the English tour as well, most of that being played in Stellenbosch, Cape Town region. And again, as we move closer to that World Cup, maybe just getting them as familiar as possible to the conditions that they might be facing in that World Cup. Zimbabwe and Namibia are the hosts of the Under-19 World Cup in 2026.
Flashed. I don't think that the man stationed at cover knew a lot about that. It went past him very quickly. And all they'll do is pick the ball up from the boundary rope. That is another excellent shot from Azizul Hakim, the captain.
You talk about hand speed. Bit of width off it, but look at how he pounced, and the man at cover thought he had a chance, but before he could say catch. The ball was already on the fence. Really fantastic shot. Gotta say, bat as well sounds very good, because at times we're playing on winter surfaces. You might feel that you're not quite using the same bat you usually use in season. Doesn't quite sound the same. Bowling change, Kone Bota.
On debut, Kone Bota. Highly rated, one of the new faces now in this under-19 setup for South Africa. Yeah, South Africa went to Namibia not so long ago. I think it was in May. Also trying to suss out conditions that they might possibly face at that under-19 World Cup. A tour of Zimbabwe on their horizon as well. Oh, beautiful. He picked the length so quickly. It was Zawada Brar. And that's flown all the way for the first maximum of this match.
And I don't think the skipper will be impressed. He's got 2 slips, square leg inside the ring. To be looking for him to pitch the ball up, but on this occasion, testing halfway. And as we've mentioned, that maybe the Bangladeshi players might not quite enjoy the bounce. He certainly enjoyed that one.
Tickled fine. Man, and fine leg has plenty of work to do, does it well. It's good running from the Bangladeshis. They scramble back for the second. 50's up. And it's come in really good time for the Bangladesh side. He'll get through Musfield from point. Very strange field also. We've got a shortish third. And sort of hovering between that 30-yard circle and just outside. And that point is also tight, as you rightly mentioned. It's very tight, the point fielder. Especially to Zawada Brar, the right-handed batter. South Africa just trying to think out of the box here to try and either limit the runs or pick up the wicket. You have to repeat that. It's a no ball from Kone Bota.
You got to say under pressure. He's already conceded 9 runs already in this over. Got to say, you got to feel for him. He is making his debut for South Africa. It's a lot of thought about making the side, always looking to perform in those Coke weeks and Kaya Machola week.
That's a good ball. That's a really good ball. One way to try and not be hit out of the ground for a free hit is to jam it into the block hole. Is in a bit of strife here, Azuzul Hakim. It's right on the toe.
Hey, you got to say the execution was exceptional, because it did shuffle just outside of stump, anticipating a Yorker, but such was the execution, was perfect. Couldn't really get underneath it. And again, we'll be looking to finish the over strongly because he's conceded 10 runs so far in his first over. South Africa only with 1 wicket so far in the power play.
A dot to finish the 10th, 56 for 1. Made mention of a couple of new faces in the South African side. Arman Manak, the St. David's Marist boy. Comes from a rich family of cricketers, Arman Manak. His schoolmate will bowl the 11th. Jason rolls. Time for some spin. Also a St. David's Marist boy. You know a lot about him.
Know a bit about him. Jason, I think as well, his bowling has come a long way. Someone who's become reliable with his left arm, orthodox. Most people, of course, know him for his batting. But I think this part of his game has certainly become a really good option for a lot of teams that he plays for. It's not a big turner of the ball, but quite accurate, thinks like a batter.
That's a good start. Wicket to wicket from Jason Rolls.
Fascinating field as well, you got to say, from the South Africans. No slip. 2 points backward. Got to say, mid-wicket is also quite tight. Mid-on, mid-off on the fence. And even though, yes, Bangladesh have had a decent start, I thought maybe just keeping mid-on up in the ring and asking them to go over the top. Slip and play now. And exactly where I thought, maybe just bringing that mid-on, just not allow the Bangladeshi batters to have that single option being available to them so easily early on.
Yeah, just 5 fielders inside the ring. And perhaps the South Africans just feeling like conditions are getting slightly easier for batting. And perhaps also want to keep that pressure up. And you rightly mentioned, I mean, it's still just over 50 runs. This is the 11th. You can't afford to have that extra fielder up in the ring. Right-handed batter in Zawad Abrar. Ball turning away from him. There's that man now coming up for the left-handed Azizul Hakim. He comes to mid-off instead of mid-on.
I think it's going to be such an important part of the game, thinking about the surfaces that you could be getting in Zimbabwe and Namibia. These type of surfaces. And the importance of captaincy.
Yeah.
Because then it's about, I mean, as this partnership is quite a new partnership between Zawad Abrab and Azizul Hakim, maybe just asking the question early on, are you willing to go over the top? Because we feel, as we end the 11th over, 57 for 1, might just be a slight window of opportunity for South Africa of creating those errors, forcing the opposition to maybe take it on sooner than they would prefer. And that does give you wicket options, because I do feel the 50 over part of the game has become such a difficult format nowadays. Only 4 fielders outside of the inner ring from the 11th over all the way to the 40th. And if you don't get wickets in that phase, it does put you under pressure for the opposition then to really put you in all sorts of pressure, ensuring that they crank up the run rate. When partnership form, it becomes a very difficult format to stop the opposition.
Flashed away, but there's protection down at the sweeper boundary. But also the nous to also contain in those difficult overs. I mean, those middle overs are long. You've got limited options in terms of where and how you can place your fielders. A lot of the size, and especially when you look at the trend in global senior cricket, England do it very well in the lead up to that 2019 Cricket World Cup victory. They attacked the middle overs. And made sure that they continued to pick up wickets in that middle over. So it's also going to be a test for Mohamed Bulbulia. especially on surfaces that might be a little bit docile and not a lot of bounce that you're going to get at the World Cup. This is really good practice. It's midwinter surfaces here at Benoni at Willowmoore Park. So that mixture between attacking and defending is going to be so important for these young captains in Azuzul Hakim and Mohamed Bulbulia.
Play nicely off the back foot. And I mentioned earlier how bowlers can make a captain look very good when they're executing their game plans well. But at times, if you're not executing in those middle overs, it might just feel like a really long game. And it's so important for South Africa to also have a really good mindset when you're approaching those middle overs. Yes, in terms of field placement, it might look defensive, but the bowlers might still maintain that aggression, hitting top of off, still utilizing that bouncer option.
And what kind of bowler you want also in those middle overs? England had a Liam Plunkett in those middle overs who did so well. South Africa for a long time, Imran Tahir performed that role. So who between these two sides will be that person, that kind of bowler to be able to contain but also pick up wickets in those middle overs? Kone Botha has been tasked from this first ODI. And that's very wayward. It's a no ball as well. Mazizi Gampu, the umpire. It's his second no ball now, Kone Botha. It's struggling.
Yeah, back-to-back no balls. No ball in his first over. And, yeah, has to bowl this one once more. You got to say he had a brilliant comeback ball in the previous over when he was called for a no ball. We'll be interested to see which option he takes this time around.
Free hit. Oh, beautiful. Pick up. How far has it gone? It's probably just bounced short of the rope. No, it isn't. It's gone all the way for 6. Wonderful shot from Azizul Hakim. And he makes full use of that extra ball. End of the over, 67 for 1.
Yeah, what was a brilliant over thus far. Only conceding 3 runs before that free hit. And all of a sudden, first over went for 10. His next over as well also goes for 10. So, a lot of thought for the captain. It's been an end that's probably been difficult for South Africa. Most of the runs coming from the other end, and Jason Rolls continues his work.
Pushing for 2 here, but good work from Bayanda Mbata down at long off to contain it to just 1. Nice partnership now beginning to form between Abrar and Tamim. We're 36 at the moment, but it's looking comfortable. Barely troubled so far, this pair. Almost chipped it back. And some aggression showed now from Jason Rolls.
it's also going to probably speak about the options Coach Hanibongo Maketa will take going forward. Good stop. Backward point. It was a loose ball outside off stump. Got away with it. Jason rolls. It's so important to have a balanced attack going forward. And what we generally speak of when you're talking about a left arm spinner, finger spinners, your defensive type of bowlers. And generally you're thinking about a leg spinner. Does South Africa have that option? Finished the over nicely there, Jason rolls. It ends the 13th. It's 68 for 1. So many different thoughts that you got to have as a coach as well, considering the blueprint you would like to have from a bowling point of view going forward in the 50 over of things, knowing the conditions that you'll be going to as well, that how are we going to take wickets in those middle overs? And if the options are not available, then it's about the mindset that you as coach instill in your team. Maybe short cover, mid-wicket or tight, forcing the opposition to maybe look to play the ball over them. Maybe that's where we create errors from.
Clipped away. Mid-wicket is a long chase for Mohamed Bulbulya. It's a really good fast outfield this at Willowmoore Park. Well, the chase is in vain from the South African captain. It's a nice shot from Zawa Dabrar to open the Kone Botha over. It's gone for 4.
Yeah, the Shelley end has been a difficult end for the South Africans. Ended the over poorly with the 6 of the free hit. And again, starting the over poorly here from Kone Botha. Be a lot of butterflies, of course, making his debut for South Africa. Again, I feel that's exactly where he needs to be. He's got some cover at cover sweeper on the fence. Looks to bring the ball back into the right-hander. And as we've said, doesn't tend to swing for long in white ball cricket. So it's about keeping it simple. Kamogelo Piri is the keeper. At times, just maybe put everything aside. Look to get the ball to the keeper. And that's how you build confidence.
Also the energy. I mean, you spoke about mindset and instilling a strong mindset to the players, making sure that they're able to push through the tough times. A partnership will always form, especially in this format of the game. This one is building nicely with 40 between Tamim and Abrar. It's about absorbing from South Africa's point of view at the moment and trying to build pressure. Botha struggled. Everybody struggled from that chalet end. And Bulbulya is also going to be very critical as the captain, trying to find different bowling combinations that will not only tighten the screws on Bangladesh but also pick up wickets. Finding creative ways of getting wickets and not just rely on placing the ball in good areas. Kamogelo Pili is a very good wicket keeper, so he has that option of standing up to the wicket to some of the slower bowlers.
You know exactly what Makantili will say about frontline seamers having a keeper up. Work nicely. Work to third. Ends A much better over from Kone Bota. Only conceding 6 runs in this particular over. 74 for 1.
Great.
At 74 for 1, Pela. You and Nono speaking about the work of Jason Rolls, who's currently bowling now. Look at those figures. 2 overs, just 2 runs given away. Exactly what you want from a bowler of his ilk.
And he hasn't been fancy about it, hasn't he? He's just bowled a nice, simple, tight line. And often when you're a spinner, especially when you're playing against subcontinent opposition, they always look to attack the spinners. Very good players of spin. Bangladeshi, Sri Lankans, Pakistanis. So it's about you keeping it simple, hitting your straps and hitting that middle and off stump line, and he's
Playing the spin and really taking it on. It's what's actually reeling the game back for the South Africans, as Rolls is really performing his role to perfection right now. The only issue, though, is that because the runs are leaking from the other end, the Bangladeshis don't have to take him on here.
And that's 100%. And it's great game awareness from both Abrar and Hakim. Because you're getting maximum amount of runs. I mean, they're going at over 4 runs and over from the chalet end. So they can be content in just knocking rolls around at this end. Talk about batting in partnerships and understanding what's happening around you and the roles that you play. Zawad Abrar has been the aggressor, 48 from 40. He's gone at better than a runner ball. And Captain Azizul Hakim has just gone about his way, 19 from 36.
And because they are able to rotate strikes so well, they really don't have to be bothered by the 19 from 37. They're on 86 after 16 overs. And look at that deft touch. That is gorgeous from Azizul Hakim. You wouldn't expect that using pace against spin. But such is the finesse and such is the timing for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a wonderful option. It's the only time that really Jason Rolls has offered some bit of width. And he's smart enough, Azizul Hakim, knowing that there's no slip in place, opens the face and guides it down to that vacant third boundary. And going well, this pair.
I must say it's brilliant awareness to pick up the length so quickly and realize that it is the quicker delivery from Jason Rolls, thus using that pace so well. But slowly and slowly the confidence is starting to build up from the Bangladeshis. We did say that that 19 from 37 is not much. Now it's 23 from 38, which looks good. And I was going to add on that even though you might look at that, because of how Abra has been playing, they are scoring at over 5 runs to the over, and we haven't even reached over number 20, and there's still 9 wickets in hand. Cracking strike. That confidence is starting to shine. And a beautiful way to bring up his half century, Zawad Abrar. Man, does he look good for the Bangladeshis.
Far too full from Bandile Mbata.
And it's stroked beautifully through that extra cover region. Zawad Abrar, just like he started that Sri Lanka tour, starts this South African tour with really big runs. Excellent way to bring up his half century.
Just poses for the finish as well. Just shows how much in control he was of that entire stroke. Now he goes bigger. It's calling the men in the deep, but it's calling them to fetch the ball over the boundary. I love that when he plays the ball, he plays with full conviction and carries it over to the boundary.
And I think Zawad Abrar now is realizing the fact that there are runs on offer on this pitch, particularly against the lack of pace of Bandi Lembata at the chalet end. Slightly out of control, that one. That bat handle slipping in his hand. It's into vacant space, and it's back-to-back boundaries for Zawad Abrar. They're on the attack now.
And that's where Mbata wants to be. In his first over, he was a little bit everywhere. Going too short, going too wide. And now, just being punished with 2 boundaries, and it's enough to get him back into where he needs to be.
Speaking about game awareness a little bit earlier on, this is excellent from Zawad Abrar. He knows Bandi Lembata's under pressure 17 from 1.4 overs. He's continuing to attack, and that's an excellent shot. Wonderful piece of placement as well. Didn't want to hit that too hard. Knows that there was a sweeper down at that boundary and placed it to a perfection. 3rd 4 from this Bandi Lembata over.
Corne Botha trying his best in the deep, but what a gorgeous looking shot. He just makes it look so easy, and such is the timing that the ball zoots through the ground. And that's 100 runs up for Bangladesh, doing it before over number 20. Excellent start. And then every now and then, Bela, they'll show why they play for the South Africans. Ends over number 18. Very good stuff here from Bangladesh. Before drinks, they've reached their century. They've lost 1 wicket though. Tamim is still there, the captain on 23 from 38. And Abrar pushing the mental. 60 from 46. We take a break here with the score on 102 for 1 as the players have a drink.
12. You mean it?
102 for 1. Azizul Hakim 23 from 38. Zawad Abrar 60 from just 46. Bangladesh are just inches away from scoring at a run per ball. And Jason Rolls has been the most economical, going for just 9 runs in his 4 overs. But he only has 6 more left. The question is, how much more can Bangladesh get in this vein of form?
Yeah, they need to find a way to contain the other side. Some help for Jason Rolls. Zawad Abrar taking on Mandile Mbata before the drinks break. Oh, trouble, trouble, trouble! Wayward, that throw. Wayward. Azizul Hakim was struggling to get to the striker's end.
It's the first time that we've seen some level of a chance being created by this partnership. And how often does a drinks break just bring a lapse of concentration to the batters? But they ran really quickly. It was going to be a tough decision to make for umpire Mazi Zikampu. Nonetheless, it's 103 for 1 as we come back from drinks. See, it's just that communication that just needs to get back into the good tempo here, Bangladesh, and put back South Africa into the corners that they were just before we went to drinks.
Yeah, it's important for this partnership to extend as well from a Bangladesh point of view. Off to a really good start, 72. In order for them to pose a really formidable total for South Africa to chase later on, this partnership has to go 100 and above.
Zawad Abram on 61 from 47 also plays the highest level of club cricket in Bangladesh, the Dhaka Premier Division 1, plays for Gulshan Cricket Club. Goes up into the top. This might be another chance for South Africa to strike. But such is when fortune is on your side. When you play well, Bangladesh put it right into the middle. That's the end of the over 19. Jason Rolls. He brings about a slight opportunity, but he continues with his fine work. 105 for 1.
Yeah, fortune for Azizul Hakim. Well, first signs of this pair now attacking Jason Rolls. Shot, and the idea was right, but execution difficult to slog sweep somebody that's bowling at a quicker pace like Jason Rolls. Unfortunate for South Africa that it bounced in between those two fielders on the leg side.
And with them starting to get into a rhythm here, these two, South Africa feel like they need to reset and go back into that boring kind of cricket. These are the times where you want to try and dry up the runs right now because they are coming in so ever easily. And right now we're watching probably the 2 best batters for Bangladesh in Zawad Abrar and Azizul Hakim. They were by far the 2 best batters in the Bangladesh and Sri Lanka tour earlier on this year. And we're talking, they were the difference from all the 2 teams involved. Zawad averaging 60 runs, scoring 300 in those 5 games. And then Azizul scoring 280. No one else was able to breach 200 runs.
And They bat well together, don't they? They look like a solid, understanding pair of their strengths and weaknesses. Azizul Hakim skipped exams to lead Bangladesh to that Sri Lanka tour, so you can't fault his commitment to this side. So troubled times this for South Africa, worrying times for South Africa. They need to break this partnership to get themselves back into the game.
And the worrying thing now, Pila, we've been having this conversation even during the drinks break about the problems in the chalet end. And if neither of them make a careless mistake like how we saw in the previous over against Jason Rolls, it's hard to find where South Africa are going to get that stick to make it 2 wickets down.
And comparatively to past South African sides, especially the one that competed at the previous edition of the Under-19 Men's World Cup, Gwena Mapaka, we know about his strike power. Riley Norton, who now captains the SA Under-20 side in the Junior Rugby World Championship in Italy at the moment. They had plenty of strike power. Good running, excellent running.
And in the way that the team is made up here, very strong in the batting. Some excellent batters. Mohamed Bulbulia scoring a century versus England earlier on. Jason Rolls was the player of the tournament in that series. Kamogelo Phiri has been really good during the camps and in Namibia. And now you've brought in Arman Manak as well, who is exceptional for St. David's. And so you look at the team and you say, okay, we have good runs in the top order. We have good runs in the middle order as well. But where are we going to get our 20 wickets once we face strong opposition? Because so far, we've only played against Namibia. So how is it going to happen when the Indians are here, when the Australians are here, etc.? So questions for the selector, Mr. Patrick Maroney and his team. Malima Keta, the head coach of the South African Under-19s. But you must applaud the hard work that they're putting into the development of the pipeline. As we see over number 20 come to an end. It's 109 for the loss of 1.
And it's always a tough job selection, isn't it? I'm trying to find the right crop of youngsters to compete as a team. A combination of bowlers. And by no means we're not saying that South Africa doesn't have the right blend of players in the side. Just at the moment it looks a little bit like the strength is favored by the batting. Lovely, excellent shot. It's brave also from Abrar. It's in between those two short cover fielders, and it's an excellent excellent start to the Jason Rolls over. Gets 4.
He creates his own width for that particular shot, does Zawad Abra. You see he opens up that front leg so that he gives enough room for his backswing to go through and just places it so beautifully. And then you tend to wonder if the Bangladeshis do find their stride against Jason Rolls and do take him apart from here onwards, who are South Africa going to call upon?
That's an important question for Bulbulia and company to try and answer. In the middle of his 6th over now, Jason Rolls. And they're just beginning to take a few more chances against his bowling. Azizul Hakim and Zawad Abrar. Bowled him! Just when you were saying about Where do South Africa look after Jason Rolls? He says, look to me because I'm going to break this partnership. Straight through. And Azizul Hakim, the Bangladeshi captain, looking to be positive against Jason Rolls, who's been the pick of the South African bowlers, loses his middle stump.
It's excellent bowling from Jason Rolls. It's brave to toss it up and put it up there, especially when they're on the attack. But he says, I'm going to do it nonetheless. Offensive bowling versus offensive batting. And it's the ball that has the last laugh from Jason Rolls. He takes Azizul Hakim out and breaks this ever so crucial partnership and leaves Bangladesh on 114 for 2.
Yeah, you speak about being brave. That was brave because he's just been stroked through the covers from the right-handed Zawad Abrar for 4, and then he tosses up again. This time, the Bangladeshi captain looking probably a little bit too square on that occasion. And the dip does it for him. It's an excellent innings of 26 from 48.
Well, in as much as he has been a defensive bowler here, Jason Rolls, against Namibia, South Africa steamrolled them in that first Youth ODI, rolling them out for 95 runs. It was Jason Rolls who was the instigator and the dangerous guy. Because of him, Rezan Hussain comes in. He'll want to improve those numbers, but so often, sometimes the numbers are not a true reflection of what the player is.
It's a nice little opening this for South Africa. Now they can try and squeeze as much as they can. 114 for 2.
And all of a sudden, there's a little bit more chatter. There's more people hungry, and there's a slip fielder for Hussein, who's the new batter now. Jason Rolls was the one most probable to get a wicket. And man, did he get it in style. Last ball of his 6th. Now there's going to be jitters for Bangladesh as they look to restart a new partnership. After 21 overs, it's Jason Rolls who brings the breakthrough. 115 for 2. What an excellent delivery. As you come to take a seat, no, they were like, you also have a look at what that wicket was about. Beautiful bowling from Jason Rolls.
Yeah, still good morning. All those at home that are listening. And you just felt South Africa were quite desperate to take yet another wicket. Jason Rolls has been tidy from the Khuleni end, continuing some of the work that's been happening from the side. You might just feel this from a South African point of view. There's a call that needs to be made. How many more overs does he need to bowl, considering that he's been effective? And also, you don't want to all of a sudden open up both ends as well. A lot of considerations for the South Africans.
Bayanda Majola, one of the strike bowlers, brought back into the attack. And I'm not mad at this decision. It was looking a bit stale.
And it's a massive second spell for him as well. It wasn't the best of starts, and at times many bowlers would also look to change the ends as well. Continues to bowl from the same end, but looking to do a much better job this time around. One thing though he does know is the conditions, the end, how it feels. And it's such a great opportunity to, as well, to be coming back into the attack, bowling to Rezan Hussain, who's a new batter. Be looking to find the area as soon as possible, and also bowling to the new batter as well. Give him a bit of confidence. If I do hit my areas, he's not going to be looking for anything out of the ordinary.
hungry for wickets indeed with bringing Majola. In comes second slip. Oh, that's the delivery from Majola. Like you said, no. The new batter, he still needs to adjust. Sure, Azizul Hakim and Zawad made it look easy, but they earned those runs that they got. They didn't just come in and play their strokes. And this might be the case here.
Yeah, we often speak about small windows for a fielding side. South Africa right now, new batter. And it's about applying the pressure now as much as you can, keeping the Rizan Hussein on strike as much as possible. And again, Zawad Abrab is man who's seeing it quite big, 67 of 53 deliveries. So from a South African point of view, you want to bowl as many deliveries as possible to Rizan Hussein.
Excellent bowling from Majola. You speak of the importance of his return, and you can't really use the same areas that you do in the morning when the ball is still nipping around, and you have to make those adjustments. And he's done so well. The Bangladeshis now watch tentatively. So they've lost their captain, but there should be some ease with Abra still there. But it's Rizan who needs to get his alignment in order. Inviting the drive of South Africans. Majola places it fuller. And Rizan is able to get his first boundary with a really good drive for 4.
Yeah, again, brilliant over. Not ending in a particular good way from a South African point of view. A long half volley. And driven nicely there by the new batter. All the hard work again from a South African point of view, just being undone on the last delivery.
It ends the over. 119 for 2. After 22. And we were speaking about the window of opportunity that the fielding side has. You just got your first wicket. You've seen the new batter played 4 strokes. And now they bring in the other strike bowler in JJ Basson.
Aggressive from the South Africans, you got to say. Bringing both the opening bowlers back into their attack.
What this also does, though, most importantly, it puts Jason Rolls to the side for a moment so that he can come back later should he be needed. Because he has been the best bowler, it's always nice for a captain to have those overs in your pocket.
Yeah, as well. I mean, from his point of view, you just felt, yes, he's done a good job. You would do an even better job to new batters as well. So it's important to keep some of those overs.
They're going to take the 1. This is good from Zawad. Man, he's been playing really, really good.
I think it would be fascinating for me as well to see from a South African point of view how the captain, Mohamed Babuya, will continue to a new batter. He's got his strike bowler back into the attack. As I thought, he's got a slip. He's moved himself into a floating, so not quite first slip, not quite second slip. He's bringing his cover in as well from cover sweeper to inside the ring. Really important here for all the South Africans to make use of this opportunity.
This is brilliant captaincy as well, but just a little bit off our South Africa, and they let loose of Rizan Hussein, who they wanted to bowl to. You saw the aggression in the field. They don't have to have 4 outside. They bring the man in the boundary in. They tighten the offside. And they're going to have to knock themselves in for letting that one go. Short stuff. But there's coverage. And you see, it just shows that the planning for South Africa is well in place. If the bowlers are able to execute what they need to do, give the single to the man who's been set and close it up for Rizan Hussein.
Yeah, it's quite, as I've mentioned earlier, the importance of you want to bowl as little deliveries as possible to Zawad Abrav right now. It's one way of making him frustrated, not giving him strike, bowling to the new batter. If you can't find a way of getting him out, you're just keeping him on the other end, and all of a sudden when he gets on strike, nice delivery. Just looked like a slow ball bowled into the surface there by JJ Basson. Just looking to mix things up, maybe pushing the batter back before that maybe foolish delivery. 3 runs conceded so far in the over. With the delivery to go.
He has looked uncomfortable with the delivery outside the off stump, Rizan. Majola was making him dance around a little bit. And so, with the natural angle for Basson taking the ball away anyway, you might have a sniff here, JJ. Oh, he did have a little bit of a sniff. The gully that was in way earlier would have been an option now, but ball just goes past that gap for a single.
123 for 2 after 23. I've got to say, from a South African point of view, that's probably a good tactical one in the end. Just to the left of a very tight backward point. South Africa conceding the single to third. Keeps the man on strike. And again, South Africa will continue to set aggressive fields to the new batter, Rizan. As cover is also inside the inner ring. Got a tight catching cover. Captain Mohamed Bubulia is at probably 2.5 slip.
And I love how there's a juicy gap between the extra cover, the man standing at cover point, to try and make use of the drive so that Mohamed Bulbulia, standing at second slip, can have an opportunity to catch the ball. So it is quite aggressive here for South Africa, not what you'd expect in the mid-20s. Catch!
Put it down.
Puts it down. Opportunity created by South Africa. Rizan does not enjoy that off stump line, and Mohamed Bulbulia will kick himself.
Yeah, plan set by the skipper. Bowler executing well to this particular delivery, straight to him. Moving to his left, Mohamed Bulbulia. You got to say, if you're a man that generally feels it slip, exactly what you're looking for.
And a story as old as time. After a dropped catch, the ball is destined for a boundary. Very well played from Hussein. And it gets 4 runs, 127 for 2.
You got to say, from a bowling point of view, he has to put that drop catch behind him. The delivery that offered the opportunity for the South Africans was bowled into the surface. This time around, it is a half volley. And he has to put it past him quickly. As a bowler, you still have 6 balls to the over to ensure that you keep applying that pressure.
That's it. Just keep going. But I guess at 18, 19 years old, these are the things that you are going to learn as time goes. It's a big thing because you work so hard to create that opportunity, and then it just vanishes.
Drops happen. It's the nature of the game. And at times it tends to be the batters that find themselves there, so it becomes a bowler versus batter.
Whee! Oh, that was a tough one for Piri. Absolute mental delivery from Bayanda Majola. He was drifting to the left side to cover the line of the ball, Piri. He made great work to even get a hand onto that.
Yeah, again, balled into the surface, tight to the batter. Great effort in the end. But again, as you look from the initial footwork from Kamokhelo, Piri was making his way towards the leg side.
Now gets punished. And they're able to stop it down in the deep. It almost went down for another boundary. What an exciting over from Bayanda Majola. What a comeback in his spell. This is what Mohamed Bulbulia would have wanted. It's the end of over number 24. 129 for 2.
Yeah, it's going to infuriate the bowler. 2 opportunities provided. He's been brought back into the bowling attack to create such moments. And when they don't go into hand, he's certainly at his tender age, they can tend to frustrate the bowler. But I think if anything to take away from that previous over is that every time he's bowled the ball into the surface, there's been quite the response from the surface. And it's just keeping that in mind and taking that away with you. Every time it's been full, it's been driven nicely.
And as you speak, and so it happens, JJ Passon, he's been really good delivering the ball at that back of a length. Even in his first spell, he created some good chances for himself. Just near misses here and there. And that delivery also eaten into the surface. And I don't know how many overs that Bulbulia is going to give his strike bowlers here. Because after this, you have your option of Mandile Mbata, you have Jason Rolls. We have the unused option so far of Daniel Bosman, who can also give it a little bit of a turn. All of South Africa's spinners are taking a seat in Enati Kichini, who can deliver a few. Adnan Lahadin as well. But these are the lens for JJ Passon.
I think you make such a great point. Thinking about 3 deliveries away from being halfway through the innings. South Africa has bowled the premier bowler, JJ Passon, his 7th over. Bayanda Majola is bowled 6. And Jason Rolls has also bowled 6. So considerable amount of work that needs to happen from the other bowlers.
There's a chance here for JJ Passon. The ball is caught in the deep. An opportunity created as the strike bowler strikes. Could have been 2 for Bayanda Majola in the previous one, but it's JJ Passon who strikes for the Proteas.
In batter as well for South Africa. Sawad Abrav, who's been in fine form, and again bowled into the surface, looking to take on the man on the fence. And the extra bounce from JJ Passon. Couldn't quite get on top of the ball, but a good catch in the end on the fence. South Africa have managed to get another wicket.
Daniel Bosman getting under the ball and taking the catch. And you could hear from the celebrations of the South Africans that they have gotten the big fish. Zawada Pras 70 from 60. And maybe, just maybe now, they could be tempted for one more over of either Majola or JJ Passon, as they've created 3 opportunities in the space of these 2 overs.
That's a great window of opportunity here for South Africa. The captain, had Gamble bringing both his opening bowlers back into the attack. Felt they've created 3 chances in the last 2 overs. And you'll be really happy that they've at least got hold of one. Again, really aggressive fields. Six fielders inside the inner ring from the South Africans, excluding the keeper. Again, just ensuring if it is JJ Basson's last over, let's make sure we capitalize on these 2 remaining deliveries.
Abdullah in at number 5 for Bangladesh. Big shoes to fill. Looks as if he just rolled his fingers on that one, JJ Basson. Ball kicks off the surface. But that's the key. It's just been working. And earlier on in your first stint with Pila earlier, you were speaking of how the short ball is a little bit foreign to the Bangladeshis because they are so used to their conditions back home. And we are in the Highveld where the bounce will be at its most express here in the South African conditions. We've had less than a handful of short deliveries, and all of them that have been bowled have worked.
I think as well, if you think about world cricket at the moment, there's been a lot of growth from the subcontinent players when it comes to the short ball. As we get to 130 for 3 after 25 overs. I feel like players from India have grown so much in terms of facing short deliveries. You saw in that previous World Cup taking on Kwena Mapaka. And you feel Bangladesh players also not necessarily too far away, but what makes it really difficult coming to South Africa is how much it bounces compared to what they're used to back at home. You might have the technique to take it on, but can you handle the extra bit of bounce that we get in South Africa? And the good part about this surface, you only have to deal with the extra bounce, where in South Africa you have to deal with the seam movement and the extra bounce.
And worse now for Abdullah, he has to deal with a fired up Banda Majola who feels aggrieved. It's gonna be a tough. There was a chance for Daniel Bosman, but it's okay here. Banda Majola has been having a good time with Rizan Hussain, and he's gonna have him on strike now, but it could have been 4 wickets down.
Another opportunity for the South Africans. And if you have to think about any of the fielding coaches, what impresses them is that probably part of the KPRs having that 1 run out chance on the field as a fielding unit. That was a great opportunity there for the South Africans.
It happened so quickly. Kamokhelo Phiri didn't even have time to get back and cover the stumps. But now, the Bangladeshis exploiting the little pockets to get these 1s and 2s.
Yeah, I got to say, I don't like that field. Especially with 2 fairly new batters. Point on the fence. Just making things slightly harder for himself of keeping the Rizan on strike, who he's definitely had 1 over at the moment.
And the thing is, on top of that, this return spell from Majola has been nothing short of brilliant. He's been controlling the ball well, and he's been forcing the batters to make mistakes. And so, if you tighten up that field, you just show more trust to your bowler, who's created 2 opportunities as well. And then it just gets more fired up.
I think as well, what's important is for him to sense the moment. That he's been creating pressure, he's been providing opportunities for South Africa. It's about sensing the skipper out, like that fielder, to actually come inside the ring.
That short ball coming up again from Banda Majola. There's a deep square leg waiting in the deep. Ulrich van Skalvik, and there's also Wandi Lembata who's standing at a very fine leg. So that short ball can be used. However, they're pushing a man out into the deep cover. It's a good short delivery, that from Banda Majola to try and use those fielders in the deep, but they've gotten a little bit more defensive. They're going to push for one. Bangladesh are starting to risk it here. They're starting to risk it, and I think South Africa need to be a little bit more sharper now and understand that the batting side is a little bit on their feet and on floating platforms.
It's quite fascinating to probably understand what's going through the Bangladeshi team at the moment. Just feel maybe they've just lost a bit of control. You got to think ahead. South Africa they've used their frontline bowlers quite a lot. There's still another 20 odd overs that still need to be bowled by other bowlers. If you get through this phase from the South Africans, there'll be more opportunities. It ends the over 134 for 3.
And on top of that, they mustn't look at the loss of these wickets and this upper hand that South Africa currently hold and then be blinded to the great start that they currently have. They're currently sitting on an amazing platform at 134 for 3, and we're still halfway through the innings. A score of over 270 is still very much on the cards, and here's what we're talking about here. No. JJ and Bayanda only have 3 overs left. Jason Rolls only has 4 overs left. So those are 10 overs from your 2-3 frontline bowlers who have been the best performing. So the question is, who is going to bowl the other 15 overs once your 3 most performing bowlers are done?
Who's the 6th bowling option?
Corne Porter. He had a really tough start, going at over 8 runs to the over. He's going to have to shoulder some responsibility, especially on debut. Hopefully he's calmed his nerves.
Don't call me.
He's gone for 26 in his 3 overs. Just going to flick the pads a little bit. But if that is the tempo that is going to bowl at that rhythm, it just looked a little bit more relaxed and a little bit more cleaner. Early on, it looked so stiff. So hopefully the nerves have calmed down for the young lad. But nearly bowls are wide.
I'm coming back earlier.
I was commentating in the school's SA20, and in one of the games where Noordhovel were playing Middelburg from Mpumalanga, it was 7 runs to win with 3 wickets in hands for Heidelberg. Corne Porter was fresh from an injury and he could barely run in, but he shouldered that responsibility and he decided to bowl that final over, having not bowled in the entire game. What ended up happening for Noordhovel, as the 2 players clash in the deep, is going to earn an extra run for the South Africans. Hopefully the boys can stand up. And it's Mayanda Majola even worse, which is the problem. But they're laughing it off.
I got to say, it's not initially looking good for the South Africans. They had gotten up, but as things stand, looks like there could have been a bit of concern for the 2 fielders.
Mashina Jordan taking a run to go and see what's happening, the South African medic. But as it stands, it's 136 for 3 as South Africa and Bangladesh are preparing for next year's World Cup. It's just an unfortunate clash. Oh, that does look painful, doesn't it? Aman Manak, on debut even, wearing the number 4, and Bayanda Majola wearing the number 10. Exceptional bowler in Majola, brilliant batter in Manak. But they are preparing for the World Cup next year, which will be happening in 2026 in Zimbabwe and Namibia, and because of that, Zimbabwe will join South Africa and Bangladesh, or rather Bangladesh and South Africa will join Zimbabwe at Harare Sports Club. They'll be playing a tri-series there as they continue their preparation and working their squads. So the team that has been selected for both Bangladesh and South Africa will play these 3 matches, and then from the 25th of July in Harare Sports Club we will start that tri-series.
Yeah, an important tri-series as well. As we look on this incident once more, doesn't look pretty at all. Both fielders committed. Does look a bit of a concern for the South Africans. Bayanda Majola certainly looks like the fielder has come off worse from that incident. And again, with 3 overs remaining, he might just add to that 15 overs he'd mentioned that still needs to be bowled.
As I sit and watch, no, that's what I'm thinking about. That's now 18 overs for the South Africans to try and fill if Majola can't get back. And the thing is, wasn't he bowling brilliantly? It looked like he could get another one if he came back for another over. But now he's getting taken a look at. And more responsibility now for Corne Porter. But he's not finding his lines against the left-handed Abdullah. His lengths are better. He is being consistent. But it's just that it's the incorrect line to be consistent on. Maybe he's going to have better luck with the right-hander here. At 137 for 3. But the thing is, from here, South Africa have 9 cricket games. See, and it works well to the right-hander. So there's 9 games that both South Africa and Bangladesh will play from now until the 10th of August. So tons of opportunities for the boys to make an impression.
Yeah, certainly. We've mentioned this conversation earlier, the importance, the amount of games now being on offer for these under-19 team. And it's so good as well that it's happening in season. They had the England tour early on in the year. And of course, being off season at the moment, it ends another over 138 for 3 after 27 rather. It's so important for them to continue getting these opportunities of getting closer to the blueprint. Maybe Coach Maketa will be looking for. He mentioned losing someone like Kwena Mapaka from the previous World Cup. Who's going to be that man now that takes that mantle on? Wicket options for South Africa. Understanding their blueprint, how they're looking to take wickets in the middle overs. Well, playing in conditions that will be similar. Right now, what a prep to have going to Harare, Zimbabwe in a week's time.
Well, with the loss of Bayanda Majola, well, if we look out on the outside of the field, he's just getting warmed up and is stretching himself to ensure that he can continue on. At least there's still 23 overs to go, so it's still enough time for him to get back if he can. So Paul James now comes into the attack, younger brother of Juan James, who plays for the Western Province. Cut across, That's going to go. It's going to be a big chase for Corne Botha. It's going to need to be recovered. It's a close one, but Jorik van Schalkwyk does the job. Sharp arm from Corne Botha. And it's good running from the Bangladeshis. Good cricket overall.
It's fascinating to see some of the Bangladeshi supporters on the fence saying that's a boundary. Looked like a great effort from the big fast bowler. Great stop in the end from South Africa. We spoke about the passion from the subcontinent and the fans always to, of course, looking to support their players. They certainly counted that as a boundary.
We know that we have almost 5,000 people watching the live stream on YouTube. Many of them do come from the Asian countries as well, so I'm sure even they, if they are supporting Bangladesh, are saying 4, 4, 4, 4 in the comments right now.
And they have a great opportunity right now with that injury. And we've spoken about the importance of getting through that phase. JJ Basson and Bayanda Majola. All of a sudden, South Africa now are the team that might be in trouble in the next 20 overs. Thinking about the situation that they're finding in, Paul James has got a big job ahead of him.
He has to control that chalet end. Very great control, though. Fantastically played from Abdullah. Way too short for the pace that he's bowling. And exquisitely placed from Abdullah.
Yeah, it's been a troublesome end from Mohamed Bolbuya's point of view. Bowled into the surface once more. Not quite as high as he would have wanted. Paul James. Valiant effort in vain on the fence.
But he had a good start to the over. Allah's, if you just put that ball aside, can he close it off? Maybe he might be the one to control the chalet, and if he just continues bowling where he needs to bowl. He goes for 7 in his first as we finish over number 28. It's going to be changing the commentary box as Pilar Sandis Klaba comes back to join Onopongolo. It's 145 for 3.
Yeah. Bangladesh continuing to go at over 5 runs to the over. A period where for the South Africans where managed to bring things back to around 5 runs and over. Currently at 5.2. Good spell from JJ Basson and Bayanda Majola, creating plenty of opportunities for South Africa. Corne Botha to continue. Cut nicely. A lot of work to do on the fence, and he manages to just cut it just to 1.
Yeah, great work for Majola. Testing out that leg. It's been good from South Africa's point of view, the change to the strike bowlers, bringing about the wicket of Zawad Abrar. Looking for another opening here, South Africa. Razan Hussain and Muhammad Abdullah. Just trying to form a bit of a partnership. Struggled a little bit, Corne Botha, but he looks the part. There's maybe a few technical issues in terms of his run-up and his approach to the bowling crease. Good aggression. It's called wide though by Bongani Jele, the umpire. You've had a look at him, Nono Pongola, and you've picked up something that he might be struggling with, that is affecting his accuracy a little bit in terms of his lines. Looks like he's falling away a little bit to that left side in his bowling delivery.
Yeah, it's something that just wanted to have a look. Started from the chalet end initially. You know, just thought, let me just hold myself back and see if he might just have another spell. He's coming from the end we're currently occupying from Huleni end. Just looking at him at the moment, you just feel there's been plenty of deliveries, especially to the left-handers, where it's been down the onside. You just feel it's quite wide at the crease, tends to fall away. And at times when we tend to say to the bowlers, go as long as possible towards your target. Sometimes when you're falling away, pulled in front of square, and it's 6.
And because he's falling away, Nono Pongolo, those are the type of issues that he's going to face. Dropped it short. And Razan Hussain so quick onto that ball, onto that back foot, and bangs it in front of square for 6.
And I did say, previously we used to speak about subcontinent players not being comfortable of the short deliveries. It's certainly, you can see the amount of work that has gone in. If it's not high enough, they certainly also enjoy it. Be a slight concern here as well from the skipper, thinking that his support bowlers haven't really hit their straps so far in this game. Creating a lot of thought in his mind in terms of how long do I continue to keep chasing rolls away from the attack. He also doesn't have a lot of overs left, only has 4 overs remaining.
Paul James has been the 6th bowling option. A single to finish the Corne Buota over 155 for 3. So you look at it and you say Mohamed Bulbuli has got a bit of a pickle. Needed that burst from Majola and Basson. It worked. Might have brought about a wicket more, but grasped a few opportunities in that one Majola over, and then that big wicket of Zawad Abrar, the set batter. But now the support act hasn't been up to scratch again. This partnership is building up nicely. It's worth 26 from Razan Hussain and Muhammad Abdullah. And it's also about containing and not necessarily sometimes about picking up the wickets. In South Africa have leaked runs without picking up a wicket. It's good fielding from the point fielder. Wanted that single. As Razan Hussain. Keeper Kamohelo Piri quickly up to the stumps now to try and add a bit of pressure.
It's an interesting tactic considering that the leg side boundary is a slightly bigger side of the field. The keeper standing up. What does it mean for Paul James in terms of options that he feels he has in terms of wicket-taking options? Still want to keep that option in mind. We've seen the Bangladeshi batters have been quite keen to take on the short ball. the bigger side. Is it still percentage cricket?
Slight hedge. I'm trying to run that to third. Was it Razan Hussain? And gets the single. Yeah, it does take away that short ball option, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've seen some players back themselves, still the keeper up. Might have a towel to the keeper to just anticipate or expect a short ball, maybe in the fourth ball, maybe a slight wiggle of the hand to just give him a slight heads up.
Short, this time not high enough. Long chase from the man in the deep. It initially did well, and his efforts are in vain. And he's done a bit of a nasty on himself. His Mbata down at the boundary, but it goes to the boundary rope for 4.
Again, just proving to our point that they do enjoy anything that's around the hip height, the Bangladeshis. Playing it well in front of square. Abdullah. It's good signs for Bangladesh.
Short and wide again from James. It's about the height of that short ball. Gotta get it around that armpit length, just shoulder height. Then it becomes effective. We see Majola in the one occasion that he got it right. Bangladeshi batters gloved it. Pushing for 2 here. Good work, really good work from the South African fielders, showing desperation. End of the Paul James overs, 162 for 3.
At 162 for 3 after 30 overs. With 3 wickets down, most teams would talk about doubling what you have. 320 as a minimum for Bangladesh. They would feel first game of the series certainly put South Africa under all sorts of pressure. As we look at the scorecard so far, Abrab, great start, 70 of 61. It was a good partnership with the skipper, but unfortunately when he lost his wicket to Jason Rolls, it created a window of opportunity for the South Africans. But this combination so far, Rizan and Abdullah, really forged a good partnership here. Speaking of Jason Rolls, is back into the attack.
In front of square, asking for 2, but that good ground covered by Mbata. Strong arm as well from the sweeper boundary to restrict it to just 1. Yeah, strong starters of a series as Bangladeshi side with the bat. Scored some good runs in Sri Lanka and some difficult conditions where there was rain about as well. Scored over 300 in the first one-day international. Oh, mix up. They've done enough though to get across for the single.
It's 3.4 overs that are massive from a South African point of view from Jason Rolls. Be fascinated to see how the Bangladeshis are going to play this period of the game. We've seen South Africa under all sorts of pressure from the shallow end. Paul James currently in operation. Jason Roll has been fantastic in his spell so far.
Missed out, Abdullah. Missed out. Short enough to get it up and over those 2 fielders on the leg side. inside edge. It's gone through the legs of Kamohelo Piri, the wicket keeper. Majola does well to cut it off. Back for two, the Bangladeshis.
It's the under edge. Looking for the cut shot once more. Again, not much Kamohelo Piri could do on that one, bowled with quite a lot of pace from Jason Rolls.
Tidy again from Rolls. He just conceded 4 from his 7th. It's 166 for 2.
As you look at the bowlers being used by South Africa's thus far, JJ Basson, 7 overs, 2 for 30. Bayanda Majola, 7 overs, no wickets for 35 runs. Kone Bota bowling 5 overs, conceding 40 runs. 20 runs came off 2 overs as well. Jason Rolls being the standout, 1 wicket for 22 runs in 7 overs. Then you got to look at the 5th and the 6th options. That's where the trouble is for South Africa. Bandi Lembata, 3 overs for 25 runs at 8.3. And Paul James currently 2 overs for 14 runs. That's where you feel that the captain right now is trying to make up some of the overs. Only 5 overs between the 5th and the 6th option. It always poses a fascinating conversation as well as a skipper. You've got a fairly new batter. Do you bring your best bowler and maybe open one end, or do you bring your part-time bowlers because you feel maybe the batters are new, you might get away some quiet overs in this period?
Oh, big shout, big shout. I think it's sliding down the leg side. Azizi Kampu signals leg by.
Mr. Not Out Kampu. Certainly. From wide from the crease, always going to be sliding down. Great decision in the end. Because there's always a school of thought that when you do have window of opportunity with a new batter, maybe bring your best bowler, and some do feel that's your best time of squeezing some quiet overs with some part-timers. South Africa under all sorts of pressure. And mention how they've used the frontline bowlers, 3 of them, Basson, Majola and Rolls, quite heavily in that first 25 overs. And they've kind of put themselves in a corner now where they have to make up in the second part of the innings.
Just also thinking some of the options outside of this match day 11 that they've put out for this first Youth ODI South Africa. Ndandosoni, who probably is the quicker of all the bowlers that are in the squad currently. And Atikichini, who's got a great story, comes from one of the hubs in the southwestern districts area. So they have options, South Africa, going beyond this game, and you'd like to think that head coach Malibonga Maketa is trying to widen the pool, looking at what he has in the tank outside of a Sony and a Kichini. You'd think that would be the front liners when it comes to the crunch games. Already got a senior franchise contract in Ndandosoni with the Warriors.
A massive call that was as well. What a loss it was to the Dolphins as well. They've been phenomenal in continuing to produce these young speedsters in KZN. It would have been a massive blow as well to lose such talent to the Warriors. Worked nicely off the pads. A lot of work to do from Mbata on the fence. Easy 2 in the end. It ends the over. Good over from Paul James this time around. It's 169 for 3.
Yeah, there's a lot of development happening in the KZN region in terms of finding new talent. Speaking about Dandosoni, he was recruited very early on to go to Glenwood High School, where he furthered his schooling career. One of them was spotted by former convener of selectors Linda Zondi. Great development program that happened down in the KZN region.
Yeah, there's a Sunfoil development program that happened for many, many years in KZN. Gotta say, it's been the pipeline of South African cricket. You see all these young players coming out of KZN. When you put so much effort in developing these players and then losing it and not being able to retain the talent within the province must be a slight concern.
Banged away short from Jason Rolls. Missed out on the previous Jason Rolls over was Muhammad Abdullah. This time he got the perfect connection and gets 4 for it.
Yeah, this was good batting. Slightly short from Jason Rolls, understanding that it's a vacant region. Quick footwork, and just needed to clear the 2 fielders inside the ring on the onside. It brings about a change from Jason Rolls. He's putting Kyle corner. I'm just thinking about the names that have come out. Lifantanzi was the name that I was also thinking about, that really didn't see his full potential from a KZN point of view. Sony would be another one where they just felt another prospect. But I got to say, out of all the coaches around in South Africa at the moment, if there's one coach who's been good at eyeing young talent, worked nicely, too long on. It ends another over, a tidy over from Jason Rolls. 175 for 3, and the players are going to take drinks.
First of 3 fixtures, this one coming to you live from Willowmoore Park in Benoni, and 2 others on Saturday the 19th of July and then Tuesday the 22nd of July to complete this mini series between South Africa under 19s and Bangladesh under 19s before moving on to a tri series between themselves and Zimbabwe later on this month. Very much part of the preparations for that ICC Men's Under-19 Cricket World Cup. It will be hosted by Zimbabwe and Namibia in early 2026. It's Bangladesh, who you'd say are slightly ahead at the 33 over mark. They sit on 175 for 3. With 2 set batters in Abdullah and Hussain at the crease. South Africa have picked up 3 wickets, but some erroneous bowling has seen them concede some runs that they probably didn't want to. Majola and Basson, the wicket takers so far. And Basson taking 2. And plenty of work to do in this final phase from the South African bowlers to try and restrict this Bangladeshi batting lineup. Paul James will get us on the way from the chalet end of the drinks.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating stage here for the South Africans. 17 overs away from completing the innings. 3 wickets down. 175 for 3 Bangladesh, and it's important in the next 7 overs if South Africa can get a wicket or 2 leading up to the back end of an innings. Worked nicely off the hip again, shortish boundary, beats Kone Porter on the fence. Poor delivery again from Paul James. Not the best of starts after the drinks break.
Had too many of those, South Africa, during this bowling innings. And keeper up. And fine leg, too fine to cut that off. Hit in front of square by Abdullah. And a fine boundary. I think they've put it down, Piri. I heard a sound there.
Yeah, it's another 50 partnership as well. 50 or 55 deliveries. 1 minute we were saying 2 fairly new batters and how quickly Abdullah has got used to the condition. 30 of 36 deliveries. Just giving a lot of work for Kamokhelo Phiri. He's been doing a lot of work down leg. Might just feel he hasn't been as clean as he would have liked. Movement has been good down leg, just not as clean in terms of capturing the ball as he would like as a keeper, gaining that confidence. And no better man than yourself, we would know.
Yeah, 10 extras also in this South African bowling innings now. A couple of no balls as well from Kone Porter in his opening spell. It's been a rusty performance so far from South Africa's bowlers. Down leg side again. He's got a lot of work to his left. As Kone Porter does well. It's good running also from the Bangladeshi pair.
Hey, considering South Africa won the toss and elected to field first, I think the last thing you want to do is to be chasing anything over 300 after opting to field first. We have mentioned it's a winter surface. We're not quite sure how it's going to play in the second half of the match. It ends the over. 182 for 3.
Bangladesh certainly in a good position to get over 300 runs. Right, here's this innovation now from the Laws. After the 34th over, only one ball is going to be used instead of the two brand new balls.
Oh, it's about time. Oh, it's about time the ball is brought back into the game.
I can see you licking your lips here. In agreement with the law change.
I feel this is the toughest format in cricket for me at the moment. If you're considering the white ball formats, T20 and your 50 over, the T20 game, as soon as you're outside of the power play, most teams tend to be defensive. And with only 4 fielders outside of the inner ring, from over 10 to over 40, felt that the bowlers have been under all sorts of pressure. The scores we've been seeing around the world, close to 400. Worked nicely. A lot of work. Does nicely there. Majola at backward point. And it's so important to bring the bowlers back into the game. We've seen maybe reverse swing has left the game. And it's about bringing that part of the game back into the game. The good death bowlers. And of course, batters to just slightly work harder for their runs as well with just one ball now. And also what it provides a good spare ball from the match.
Lovely. Inside the line and just helped over the man at short fine and gets a nice boundary, does Muhammad Abdullah. This pair is going nicely now for Bangladesh.
If anyone is wondering where you've seen that shot, you've seen it from Rishabh Pant. Just working it nicely over the short fine. Dropping the knee early. Understanding that the ball will be bowled in the surface, and wasn't a bad delivery, just good batsmanship.
Yeah, we've been speaking about reverse swing. Back at the 90s and early 2000s, a huge factor in limited overs cricket, especially this form of the game. Committee obviously feeling that it's been something that's lost in the game now, an art form that's been lost in the game. So the bowlers will enjoy this new law change. It's just one ball operating from the 35th over onwards. Besides the boundary, it's been a tidy over from Jason Rolls. 187 for 3. Partnership of 58 between Razan Hossain and Muhammad Abdullah. It's been good. It's steadied the ship after losing the set better. And they found a way here to transfer the pressure back onto South Africa. Still plenty of overs to go. 15 in the innings. Pendulo Makubane just sliding back into commentary. It's set up nicely, isn't it, Pendulo, this last 15 overs?
It's very much in the balance. Daniel Bosman now being brought in, another spin option, and that problematic Chalet end, especially now with Jason Rolls only 1 over before finishing his spell. It's very important for Daniel Bosman to get into a good rhythm right from the onset. Because if he doesn't, this partnership is just going to keep on growing here, Pilasande. Superb shot from Hussain for 6 runs.
Longer side of the boundary. But because it was so short, it gave Rizan Hussain so much time to rock back onto that back foot and launch it over that mid-wicket boundary for 6. Problems continue from that Chalet end for South Africa's bowlers. Again, this time, maybe. No, it's still over. Back-to-back scissors for Rizan Hussain of the bowling of Daniel Bosman.
A little bit too short there from Bosman, giving Hussain all the time in the world to rock it back and aim exactly where he wants to. Oh, just a dolly. Good batting though from Rizan, because even though it's there, you still have to take it apart. On the brink of 200 now and 199 for 3. Wonderfully tickled by Rizan. It's a good stop, and they're going to come back for 2 more runs by Paul James, and that's 200 runs up now for Bangladesh with 36 overs on the board.
Yeah, also tough ask this for Daniel Bosman to be introduced into the attack at this phase of the game. 2 set batters in Hussain and Abdullah. 15 overs to go. And they're looking to maximize on this really good platform that they have.
See, this is the time you can look back and ask of how the captain could have managed the bowling a little bit differently. Speak of Bosman coming in now when Bangladesh are looking to be on the charge, especially on such a well-set partnership, coming in when the partnership was with 60 runs. You really are throwing him into a butchery out there. And maybe with Rolls almost finishing his spell, those 9 overs of spin could have been divided over the 2, but it's 36 done now at 201 for 3.
Especially in the early parts of this Bangladeshi batting lineup where they had a couple of left-handers, and I know there's still one at the moment. Probably could have introduced Daniel Bosman a little bit earlier on in the piece. He is, of course, the most experienced out of this group of players.
And now Jason Rolls is about to finish his last over. Bayanda Majola. Big loss for the South Africans. Clashing earlier on with Aman Manak. Yet to see if he's going to be able to continue his spell with 3 overs remaining in it. Gorne Botha having a tough debut despite being really good in the camps, which saw his selection coming up into the under-19 side. Bandile Mbata has disappeared. So you kind of feel if they can't break this partnership going into the last 10 overs, the bowlers who are unsettled will be what Bangladesh have to pick apart in the most important phase of the run getting.
And they will be, and I think that tactically Bangladesh have got this spot on, you know. We've been left-right combinations all throughout this batting lineup, and has made the bowling quite difficult in terms of its accuracy from the South Africans. It's been hard to settle on a line and length for the majority of this bowling innings.
And now after a while, they get Jason Rolls. They understand what he does. And they pick that so beautifully. Rizan Hussain does not look like the batter he was when he walked in. Now taking them apart on 49 from 42.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, this. Really. Look at the feet. It's the feet that make that shot, that gap behind square and the offside. The man stationed at sweeper's front of square. And just waited on it as well to find that gap behind square on that offside.
And it's not bad bowling at all here from Jason Rolls. He's just being met by good batting. The good batting moves him up to a well-deserved half century. He really toiled in the beginning of his innings, and he has earned every bit of those 51 runs.
Yeah, important 50 this for Rizan Hussain. After losing his captain in Azizul Hakim and Abrar, who was looking really good. His innings, and especially this partnership between himself and Muhammad Abdullah, was so important. Bangladesh will hope he's there at the end.
And what a confidence booster for them, just for the whole tour. We see the end of over number 37 in Jason Rolls, who has been the pick of the bowlers, but Bangladesh were able to figure him out just at the end of his spell. Goes for 42 runs in his 10, but a very, very good wicket that he ended up getting earlier on of Azizul Hakim.
Yeah, you speak about getting runs early on. The first match of a tour, so important to stamp your authority. And both Rizan Hussain and Abrar have started off well. The bowling hasn't been the most flashy from South Africa. A lot of the economy rates north of 5. Daniel Bosman went for 14 in his first one, so needs to come back very well in the second over.
South Africa needs to buy 10 overs now. JJ Passon still has 3 more, and is one of the only 3 bowlers on 5 or less on the economy rate. He was, and he has been really good, JJ Passon. But the other 10 overs, Bandile Mbata, Kone Botha has 5 overs in the bank, and how valuable would the 5 overs he has left been if I was going at around 4 or 5 runs to the over right now? Unfortunately, just lacking in a bit of confidence is Kone Botha, but let's see if they're going to be able to be backed in these last 10 overs with 3 more until we get to that point. Still so much bowling to do, actually.
Change of bowling of field actually now for Daniel Botha. An extra field on that offside.
And it's even a change up in the bowling attack that we had at the beginning of the year for the South Africans versus the England team. Nqobani Mokoena, huge loss to the under-19 side, now having a high-performance contract with the Dolphins. Such is the talent of Nqobani Mokoena that he's just taken into the Dolphin setup. Raik Daniels, no longer here as well. Another massive bowler for the South Africans.
Especially Raik Daniels. I mean, he was part of that World Cup squad at the beginning of last year, 2024, here in South Africa. Massive, massive losses. Oh, good stop. Really good stop. It's nothing but boundary after him.
Maybe he's going to get a couple of overs after that, Bandile Mbata. It is the smallest things that just get back your confidence in a game of cricket, isn't it?
Finds the gap nicely as well. Long chase. And he won't catch up to it. Nice placement from Abdullah. It was looking like a good over for Daniel Bosman, and it ends in a boundary. 2-on-4 for 3.
You talked about feet of Rizan Hussain, and it's the same thing here. Good hands as well. Abdullah, he came in. He didn't seem to have many problems. He understood what he needed to do. Just take his time, as he's now also reached his 40s. This partnership with 85 runs. South Africa must be sitting and taking notes on how to construct this innings, because 300 is very much on the cards here for the Bangladeshis. And speaking about boosting confidence from the fielding, Bandile Mbata does get the ball. Has gone for 25 runs in his 3 overs so far. The advantage is that he's changing up ends and he's coming through the Ekurhuleni end. His first 3 overs from the opposite Chalet end, where almost all the bowlers have been finding difficulties, barring Bayanda Majola.
Okay, important spell this for Bandile Mbata. The Bangladeshis will no doubt go after him.
Gorgeous shot. That is beautiful from Rizan Hussain. Easing his weight through the stride of the delivery. And he gets a gorgeous 4.
And he didn't have to do anything, as the ball was there up for him to stroke through extra cover. The field is up from South Africa, but that is right in the slot, and it's executed perfectly from Rizan Hussain. It's the danger when you don't have a lot of options at this phase of the game. The field changes again. Marof drops to long off. Fine leg comes into the circle. So Muhammad Bulbulia and his bowlers are under pressure here.
It's a much better length from Bandile Mbata. But at his pace, sure, his margin of error is so narrow. And you were just gesturing there, Pelasande, about rolling balls over the ball, rolling your fingers over the ball rather. I think it's going to be a lot of options that he's going to try to use, especially when these two are trying to accelerate the scoring rate now. This is good from Bata.
And especially, I think, when you had this phase of the game with 2 set batters, Rizan Hussain sitting on a half century and Muhammad Abdullah approaching one, you got to be smart in terms of your field placing. I think that first ball, all the field was up. And just the experience at this level to sort of go with the flow of the game. Where can I contain? Where can I pick up wickets? They're going to push for 2 here, but good fielding from the man at the sweeper boundary. So it's about making sure that you're also ahead of the game. You know, you don't have the express pace of Bandile Mbata, so you need to give him that extra bit of comfort and buffer in terms of the field pacings. He started off with the field up, and then it was an easy ball to dish up first up from Mbata, which Hussain was equal to it and stroking it through the covers for 4.
And it's also now a fine balance, tactically speaking, because ideally you do want to grab a wicket. But we know that in order to grab a wicket, you just need to be a little bit more risky in taking those chances, putting a fielder in a position where you let go of defense. But now, when the 2 batters are in it like this at 91 partnership, your main bowlers are only kept on. You have to keep them away for another 6-7 overs until they can come back. You question, how much do I attack and how much do I defend? Do I try and get them out, or do I try to stop the run getting, even though we are going to the last 10 overs at 221 for 3 after 39?
easy game, but it's a complex game, isn't it? Especially if you're captain. You know, those are the kind of things that you sort of mull over your head. Which combinations of bowlers can I use at specific intervals of the game? This is a tough one now because he's got a medium pace and a finger spin, an off spinner operating.
And this is what they need. No dot balls. They're not trying to defend, just trying to keep the score ticking. And you can't help but feel that the frustrations that the South Africans will feel when that happens will prompt them to do something out of the blue, which will present bigger scoring opportunities for these two in Rizan and Abdullah. But luckily enough, after this over, South Africa will have an option of getting one extra fielder outside of the ring and then have 5 protecting the boundary. But if Daniel Bosman can continue, even in the previous over, 5 dot deliveries and just gives it away with the last ball. There's a rhythm that he's found here and is not giving them easy runs. The Bangladeshis need to work for them.
Go. Kaposa.
It's good over so far from Daniel Bosman.
I think this is exactly what Bulbulia would have wanted from him, especially with Rolls having finished his 10. And he might be creating an opportunity here, but it's superbly placed from Rizan Hussain. He rockets back onto his back foot to just get an extra second, an extra length too. And he hits it for 4 runs.
It's an excellent shot, this. Really it is. Because the temptation would have been to go square where the fielders are. Now this time he goes well in front. And hits that gap between long on and mid wicket. And all of a sudden it was looking like just a 1 run over. It's turned into 6.
I think from here you have to back Corne Botha for 1 more over. You need someone with a little bit of venom, because if it does click together, like we said, he's taken 4 wickets twice in the camp over those 3 games, and in the game where he didn't take 4, he took 1, and it was his most economic game. Corne Botha, it has potential to be a decent attack if it does come together for the South Africans. Banda Majola showed great flashes. JJ Basson has been good. Like we said, we've seen some bits of Corne Botha, so I can say that he has very good skill. But then after that, if it doesn't come together, this is the situation. 40 overs gone at 2-8 for 3.
How much confidence does the captain have in Botha? These are all interesting scenarios for South Africa into the last 10 overs of this innings.
And just a reminder, Bayanda Majola rather, he's off the field. He got hit. They clashed with Aman Manak as they were covering a ball, and he cannot continue bowling. And his second spell was nothing short of beautiful, creating 2 chances in a single over and dropped twice. One a regulation, one a little bit tougher for the wicketkeeper. And Banbandile Mbata, he gets the strike. The change of end seems to work. Very loose stroke from Hussain. Not what we expected, especially if it was there with the width. Doesn't get to the pitch of the ball and it's edged and is gone.
It's a soft dismissal for Muhammad Abdullah. Really is. It's a nothing shot. He's a man betting on 42 or 52, has an opportunity to bring up a half century, and he just wafts one outside off stump. Good catch from Piri. And South Africa break a really good partnership between Hossan and Abdullah. He has to go. Hossan 2-2-8 for 4.
Well played for his 63 there, Hossan. But if you take a look at that dismissal again, you'll just see that his weight initially shifted to the leg side. He never really went to the offside. Ended up reaching for the ball. That back foot not planted, losing his balance and is gone. Really doesn't look as good comparing to the type of innings that he exhibited. He played so beautifully, Hossan. But South Africa get a breakthrough, a much needed breakthrough, because it was becoming pedestrian for them. They were just fetching and collecting balls. It's 2-2-8 for 4.
Yeah, Bangladesh would have hoped that he was there at the end. Razan Hossan, it was looking really good. Another half century and gone for a Bangladeshi point of view. Farid Hossan now.
Bandi Lembata has found the areas that he needs to be bowling at. Seems to be working better here at the Ekurhule in the end. 1 for 32 so far. And maybe, just maybe, he might be the guy that they need. South Africa, he still has 5 overs after this. And since he's bowling to fresh meat, can he strike twice?
Run him out.
As often with a new partnership, always need to get those juices flowing together.
Important now for Farid Hussain to get the in batter on strike. Muhammad Abdullah. And Piri is trying to get the attention of Bata to possibly bring one fielder back up into the ring, decide against it.
If they are able to keep it to a dot ball in the next one, they'll have a full over to bowl to Farid Hassan, who's the new batter who's come in. But this has been a very tidy over from Bata. It's what we were speaking about earlier on, that it's okay to be boring, just bowling the ball in neat areas. It was a loose shot at the end of the day from Hossan. He should have done better with the ball being bowled there. But now it's just given a sniff back to the South Africans that they can keep it under 300 somehow. A good over from Bandi Lembata. A very good one. Just 2 runs from it, but most importantly, the wicket, and not just any wickets, the wicket of the much set Hossan. It's 230 for the loss of 4.
Good looking scorecard that from Bangladesh's point of view. There's a couple of starts. Started off well with Zawad Abrar at the top of the innings, 70 from 61. And then it continued in the middle with Razan Hossan making a well-made 63 for 55. And Muhammad Abdullah still there on 44. 2 really big partnerships from a Bangladeshi point of view. But South Africa are clawing themselves back into this innings after winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. A very big wicket of Razan Hossan in that Bandi Lembata previous over.
Can that now spur on the rest of the South Africans? Like we said, Kone Botha is going to need to be important in these last 10 overs, and here he has the ball. South Africa opts to change his end. He'll be coming from the chalet end for the first time, and hopefully this will see the debutant get it back in form. He gets the line right this time. He was struggling with the left-hander, just bowling it to the hips constantly, and you and Nono actually had to take a look at his bowling action and what could be causing this, but that's a good start line-wise.
Yeah, it's important also, the backing. That's what you want at this level. You want to feel like you're part of this bowling attack, and it's a big decision for Mohamed Bulbulia to bring Kone Botha back. He struggled a little bit initially in his 2 spells so far. And it's about coming back again. He's still got enough time to be able to have an impact, a positive one, on this Bangladesh batting innings.
This is where champions are made, isn't it? It's not really about how you start. It's about how you're going to close off, because that's what's going to be remembered ultimately. And so if you can cast aside the fact that you didn't start the way in which you want, and then focus in ending in the way that you want to, the script will be written a little bit differently for those who don't know you. Drifting down to the leg side. They're going to push hard here, the Bangladeshis. But Faisal is happy to just give the strike to Abdullah, which I think is a good idea, allowing Abdullah, who's been there for 56 deliveries, to take strike.
Yeah, Farid Hassan wasn't even interested in coming back for that second one. He was comfortable to camp on that non-striker's end. Yeah, this is a great opportunity again for South Africa to continue to squeeze. We were saying that they could be facing a target of over 300 runs, but opening up one end, they can restrict that.
We speak of windows of opportunity. This is it now. Score looks very differently if it's 2, different from 3. If you have to face 300, you're already thinking it's a run a ball, it's a run per ball. If it's 200, you feel like you can catch up the equation whenever. So the bowling from here on in from the South African needs to be good. And a decent enough comeback from Kone Botha so far.
Tidy start. It's also got enough protection now with an extra man out in the deep for Kone Botha. Allows him to settle on an area.
He just has one more ball to complete this over. And if it does finish for just 3 runs or less than 6, it's going to be a little bit of a feel-good if you compare it to where he had started. A lot of discussions and working out here between Kone and Mohammed. Short stuff from Kone Botha. A fine leg, a deep backward square. And a deep square leg were employed for that. But it's well guided to end over number 42. It's 234 for 4 on the board with 42 overs done. Mohamed Abdullah on 46. Farid Hassan just joining him on 3. Just like now, I am joined back by Nono Pongolo, and we'll take you to the end of this innings.
Yeah, thank you so much. Looking forward to the 8 overs that are remaining in the Bangladeshi innings. They've set themselves nicely. 234 for 4 And South Africa getting an important wicket as well, just opening up an end just before the last 10 overs. Bandile Mbata, the wicket taker, getting an in-batter of Rizan Hussain, 63 of 55 deliveries. Quick one. Inside the inner ring. And again, from a South African point of view, I might just say the new batter just from the first delivery, getting off strike, bringing the in batter on strike. Just feel maybe tactically just not quite connected the South Africans. You got to squeeze, you got to make it hard for the new batter to get off strike.
The body language also is not speaking much right now if you were watching through. Shoulders are not really as high, the chests are not out. The chatter normally conveys the energy of the team, and it's rather silent from South Africa right now.
And we often speak about momentum. You don't want to be going to the change room at the back end of 50 overs feeling that the opposition have got away with it. Another quick one. Another quick one inside the inner ring. They haven't been good at all hitting the stumps. They haven't been tight enough to ensure that Bangladesh don't get away with these quick ones inside the inner ring. Especially for anyone that's fielding on the square. You feel that the ball will come quite true to you when you're inside because there's a lot of surfaces to the left of screen. So there is no excuse in terms of it and expecting the ball to come to you. Another misfield once more. It is so important to ensure that you wrap up these last remaining overs. If you manage to get a couple of wickets, the opposition don't quite get away and get to that 300 plus score, you feel that you've done such a great job, you've brought yourself back into the game. But if they end up at 330 plus, you feel that the game has gone away from you.
Especially, Nono, if you still have a set player like Mohamed Abdullah. You work out tactics. Do you look at how they got rid of Farat Beg? Thank you. When he was starting to get into that attacking phase, Jason Rolls came in and he tossed up that delivery and he played across the line and he got bowled. And so sometimes you feed into the batter's ego. He's trying to attack. Okay, here, let me toss one up. Oh, you're trying to attack. Let me roll my fingers on it. Let me bowl a long hop. Maybe you're going to smash it to the cow corner fielder as we see the end of over 43 at 238 for 4. Or you find ways to keep the new batter on strike. But even from the beginning of the game, Nono, where there was some misfield, some overthrows, you feel like Bangladesh have been getting a bit of too many free singles and being able to rotate that strike due to that lack of intensity.
Again, if you ask any batter, how would you like to start your innings? It's either with some juicy half volleys to get yourself going or some easy ones and twos to get your momentum going. And that's something that the South African team are in control of when it comes to the ones and twos inside the inner ring. There's nothing wrong if a player plays a good shot and it's past the inner ring, they get 1 or 2. But when there's no pressure, there's a wicket that has just fallen and the new batter gets away with ones and twos, hitting the ball straight to fielders, then that's when the trouble begins.
Bowling much tighter lengths also here, Corne Porta.
And I just remember at the Lions we used to have, for example, an A, B, and C plan. Generally, when there's a new batter, You want to be in that A position. You want to be as tight as possible in his face, in his eye line, so that he doesn't get away with anything that he drops into the surface and runs. You want to be as tight as possible. And then when a batter maybe gets to about 30 now, you feel that he's in. You go to a B position where now you're about midway. You're not quite on the ring, but you're not also quite tight. Giving yourself an opportunity. If he does hit some deliveries aerially, you still have a chance. When someone maybe like Abdullah now is on 49 of 63, to say, okay, we've got a new batter on the other side, we'll hang on the ring, give him the one, and then we'll move back to our A position. So important to ensure that no two different play or same play or no two players have the same field. It brings up the 50 for the young man. When wickets were falling, he's come in and really looked assertive. 50 of 64 deliveries. Really well batted with 6 boundaries as well next to his name. He's been tidy, he's been elegant as well. And what a foil it is for Bangladesh. We'll be looking to ensure that he's still batting by the end of the innings as well. Not quite done with his job.
And no, it's so important to emphasize this A, B, C plan that you speak of, because we're not speaking about A, you are in the square, B, you are on the ring, and C, you are on the boundary. We are speaking of positions of your fielder inside the inner ring. How much pressure are you putting on the playing pitch? Right now, we are seeing it's Farid who's new, and they are standing at almost at a B position where they should be coming a little bit closer to make him feel like he has no space to play the ball at. There's too much space down on that leg side as well. It's way open for him to get those ones. It's a ploy for a short ball, which is meant to really give him problems. But Cornet goes for a slower ball, which ends 4 runs in his over.
Good end to the over, you got to say, for South Africa, only conceding 4 runs, you got to say. But again, I think tactically that's something that to maybe as we grow in this series, something that the coach will speak to them about, recognizing the moments. We often speak about recognizing the moments. A squeeze here, couple of dots to a new batter, then allow the batter maybe in the back end of an over to get off strike, to then force him to be on strike in the following over. And again, another opportunity, but opting against it this time around, Bangladesh. A little bit more alert, the South Africans this time around.
It's almost as if they can hear us with our window open here, no?
Maybe we should open both windows.
Because they have taken a couple of steps in now from the inner ring. They were never standing on the square earlier on, and now they are right inside of it.
And there's an element as well from a bowling point of view, the responsibility as well as a bowler. It's not only the fielders recognizing the moment, it's the bowler recognizing that there's a new batter. The type of deliveries as well that I bowl to that new batter, keeping it simple, to top of off with an occasional bouncer. That's all really that I need to use.
Slashed over the top, but that's going to be stopped by JJ Passon. They're going to come back for run number 2. Must commend the statement that you've just spoken about, keeping it simple, is exactly what Bandi Lembata has done ever since his return. Even his wicket wasn't anything too spectacular from his bowling, but it's really keeping Bangladesh in chains.
And also, yeah, just after that particular shot over mid-wicket, South Africa have opted to drop the man all the way to cow corner. That brings in the third to inside the ring. with both fine leg and third inside the ring. It just does feel South Africa will be looking to mix it up quite a lot as they run well between the wicket. Managed to come back for two, the Bangladeshis.
I think this is good enough trust from Bulbulia for Mbata. Not expecting him to make many mistakes to bring up that fine leg and that third man.
All he tells me he's not going to bowl one seam up delivery. It's all going to be cutters bowled into the surface with a bigger leg side boundary. Another slow ball, Fuller this time around. Sometimes as a batter, you're just looking for those slight clues to know exactly what's coming next. With this type of field, you already know that he doesn't intend to bowl any of his stock ball. He's looking to bowl some cutters either into the surface or on that previous delivery. It's quite a full ball, not a lot you can do. Then, as a batter, what options do I have? I could either stand deep in my crease and wait for a slow ball or run at him to meet the ball before it turns.
So from a tactical point of view, as they almost come back for run number 2, from a tactical point of view, then when you bring up your fine leg and your third man into the inner ring with the end of over number 45 at 249, why then push everyone in front of square out of the ring and no one behind square? JJ Basson, he comes in as Nono, contemplates and thinks heavily of the answer.
I think the biggest thing that is important, especially in the back end of an innings, is always, as a bowler, trying to always have as many options as possible from your field. And one thing that you always speak to bowlers about is being comfortable, being uncomfortable. Because most bowlers are always looking to be, I'm going to bowl to a particular plan, and it's maybe one ball that can be bowled to that field. And when you try to be that precise, it then gives the really good batters an early inclination of what you're trying to do. Whereas at times where you have a field where a short ball can be bowled, a slow ball can be bowled, and a yorker can be bowled, now the batter has to split himself into those 3 different deliveries. Now he has to think, okay, 33% chance he could bowl a bouncer, he could bowl a yorker, or he could bowl a stock ball. Off the edge, and it goes to Mbata at third rather. And that's where you want to be as a bowler, where now the batter is not fully focusing on one particular delivery. And that bit of indecision can help you then, even if it's a mis-execution in terms of the delivery, and you still get away with it because maybe he was thinking about something else. So that's why we always speak to bowlers of being comfortable, being uncomfortable at the back end. So sometimes you have to have your mid-off up and get your leg side guys out, fine leg, square leg, cow corner, long on. And then tell yourself, I'm going to execute my plan, but does he know where I'm bowling my next delivery? And that's where now your really good death bowlers come to the forefront and be on the league of their own.
So it allows the bowler to be able to mix up the over as much as they possibly can.
And that's exactly what you want. Without changing much of the field, you still have so many different options within the over.
Now swinging for the heavens. A very different plan for JJ Basson. He has an offside heavy field. 3 fielders behind the cover area, third man, short backward point, deep backward point, and a point fielder too.
Yeah, this field then tells you that South Africa, first of all, are recognizing that the offside to the left-hander is the bigger part of the field. So they're looking to ensure that most of the deliveries go to the bigger side of the field. They've got, like you said, a cover, there's a point, there's a third. So now from a batter's point of view, I'm looking to cover off stump because the bowler has to be outside off stump. Bowling once more. And the mistake that most batters then tend to do is then they still look to hit the ball straight past the bowler, instead of then maybe looking to slice the ball, opening up the face. And he just needs to find the gap between these three fielders. Because once you start forcing then the bowler to start exploiting that, then he might have to change his plan completely, because it's quite an obvious plan. He's not going to bowl at the stumps. He has to bowl outside off stump.
And you can see the battle happening. It's going to slip halfway through. The first direct hit of the run out of a run out shy. But I really like the intensity of J.J. Passon. He's bowling brilliantly. And he's directly speaking to the plans that you are discussing here. No. A heavy offside field. So every delivery he has bowled, including this one, is wide of the off stump.
You see that in that previous delivery, Abdullah started at Midland leg, triggered to off stump. For me, I would start even on off stump, or my heels on off stump, and say it's up to you now, bowler. Are you still going to continue being outside off stump? Or you, because I've seen Kaya Zondo do that to some ball, and it provides a bit of confusion, because you would have been clear in your head until someone does something different.
There it is, shuffling up to the fourth stump, and he gets a good connection. A ball which was wide turns into a straight one for Mohamed Abdullah, and he ended up with 4 runs. A very good over, though, from J.J. Passon.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. Ball into the surface. Slow ball. And again, that's a good forehand. Bouncing on a couple of occasions. And past that man on the fence, Jason Rolls. It's never easy, especially when he's bowled into the surface. You've got to wait. Wait for that ball to get closer to you. And then, of course, good bat swing as well.
That ball has no right going there, but he's able to get the timing really good.
And you feel, though, he moved away from his plan, because you got to say that ball could have been hit anywhere, especially with square leg, mid wicket, inside the ring. It could have been hit anyway, so it's not quite good, not well executed in terms of the feel that he has. So again, remaining disciplined through your game plans as well is something that's important. He had a brilliant over before that last ball.
So now Paul James comes into the attack. He's gone for 23 in his 4 overs. It was quite decent given the context of the game when he started bowling. And now he's been hit up on the top. Might be a chance here for Bandile Mbata, but it falls short. They're going to come back for run number 2, and the intent is now clear from the Bangladeshis.
Yeah, certainly. I do feel since that ball change, we're all anticipating 320. At least over 300 from Bangladesh. It looks like South Africa have managed to put the brakes on the Bangladeshis. 256 with 4 overs remaining. South Africa will be really fighting hard to keep it under 300.
This is what I enjoy with the change, even though Paul James bowls are wide. You are now giving the bowlers an older ball, a softer ball, a harder ball to hit. And now with the medium pacers bowling, that older ball also makes the off-cutters and all these variations that much more effective.
And not only that, I think even to ourselves, the calculations we make, because we used to say at 30 mark, at the 30 mark you could double your score. All of a sudden now with the new law of just one ball, we have to maybe adjust ourselves in terms of what is possible in the back end of an innings, because we've had it quite clear in terms of the 2 hard balls for 25 overs. The batters could have it their own way, and all of a sudden now, especially the smarter teams, because if you know that by over 34 that there could be a ball change, you start throwing that ball into the surface early, making use of the conditions earlier. By the time the umpires change the ball, both balls are very soft.
It really does change the game, even though Abdullah shuffles across. Umpire Jele decides it's a wide ball.
Because if you think about the square we're playing on now, there's potentially for the Saturday game, there's a middle strip that has been prepared. And it's one strip away from what is going to be used. So you can use that from a throwing point of view from the fence. Tell all your fielders, after 10 overs, we're throwing that ball into the surface. In the air, there's opportunity there for Jason Rolls. Bounces just in between keeper and Jason Rolls. Good slow ball from Paul James, but unfortunately just lands in no man's land.
You know, when we started this innings, the ball was coming in so well to the bat, and all of a sudden, with this ball change, and rather not even ball change, keeping one ball rather than continuing with two, it's so much harder for the batters to hit through the line of the ball. And I think it brings more bowling variations to the back end of the innings as well. For many years, we call on the fast bowler to change it up now. Okay, give us a Yorker, give us a wide Yorker, give us these slow balls. All of a sudden, with an older ball, even a good length delivery with some variation, a roll on the fingers, even cross seam can become much more effective, and it balances out the game so much better.
Another ball delivery. And I think just, as you said, the word balance is such an important word to have in this game, because you just felt maybe the balance had shifted towards the batters too much in the 50-over format. And speaking of the 50-over format, I think the significance as well is it brings the nudges of the game even more into the game. Worked nicely off the legs. Straight to the man, though, at long leg. Because if you think about it, as we end the 47th over, 263 for 4. You felt that maybe with the way the format was going, obviously the big hitters, the like of David Miller, Hendrik Klaasen, will just go berserk in the last 15 overs. We've seen that's been the blueprint of the South Africans. And all of a sudden now, if the balls are becoming softer in the latter part of the innings, then it brings a different style of batters back in the game again, where boundaries might be difficult. Then can you hit the pockets? Can you you're on your pockets hard, run hard for 2s and 3s, and all of a sudden it's a different way of scoring that 10 runs and over.
JJ Basson targets the stumps. An appeal, and it's an easy decision for umpire Mazizi Gampo. That's the end of Mohamed Abdullah, who was looking to up the ante one more time with 3 overs to go. JJ Basson has been really good and gets his third at 264 for 5.
Yeah, again, Basson being good in his execution. Not quite wide this time around. Maybe the double bluff. Yeah. Anticipating the ball to be outside of off stump. Going straight on the stumps, and he gets rewarded. Then in batter of Abdullah has to go. He's gone for 63 of 76 deliveries.
It's brilliant bowling from JJ Basson. This was all set up from the previous over, as we see Simeon Bashir now comes in at number 7 for Bangladesh. That is a very good strike rate at 145. It's exactly what they need now, Bangladesh, to just up that ante. But that wicket from JJ Basson was earned over his last over. That's what he was doing in the previous over, bowling it wide. And after a while, you get programmed to anticipate what balls will do, and he changes it up so wonderfully. JJ Basson earned that wicket.
I still gotta say, it was a big gamble. To go at the stumps is moving away from your plan. The field is definitely not set for that delivery. Fine leg inside the ring, square leg inside the ring, mid wicket inside the ring.
Oh, got him! It's great bowling from JJ Basson. He didn't even know that he hit the stumps. 6 down as he gets his 4th. And he gets rid of Samian Bashir the moment he walks in.
It's one of those rare occasions a bowler appeals for a bold. Certainly didn't see the ball going past the pads. Again, gambling, going straight to the stumps. And umpire Mazizi Kampu is not quite sure why he has to put his finger up for ball, but there'll certainly be a chuckle between the bowler and the umpire.
Knowing umpire Mazizi Kampu is such a character, he's probably looking at JJ Passon and just, Chief, what are you doing? Debasish Deba coming in, while the previous batter had 144 for his strike rate, Simeon. 63 strike rates. We are now getting into the lower order clearly, and JJ Passon, he has a chance to get a 5-wicket haul. And what a way to start. So JJ can go whoa, whoa, whoa. We've seen that happen a couple of times.
So we should be anticipating a wicket. Wicket dot.
Wicket. Lungingate did that. Josh Hazelwood did that. JJ Passon with 2 balls to go. That's a good connection. Great stop. Ooh. Mohammed Bulbulia got fingers to it, but it continues on its way. It's whoa, whoa, 4, rather.
Full outside of your stump. Half volley, just picking your gap. Unfortunately for the South African captain, not quite getting the hand he was looking for.
It's exactly what Bangladesh need now. Get it to the 280s from here, and they'll have something to fight for. And clearly now, this might even shift the way in which chasers are constructed. You're now looking at it and saying, how can we maximize the first 34 overs?
It ends the over. 48 overs have gone, 268 for 6. Yeah, certainly. I think we've spoken about balance between bat and ball. We speak about balance in lineups. Having those type of, I'm thinking of Hanyu Falyun from the Dolphins, who had a phenomenal season in the 50-over format, finishing innings off. Was not a big hitter. So guy would nudge it around, build momentum, back end. That's when you look after those boundary options. And it's about guys who are able to think well under pressure. A good skill set, understanding of which options are available to you as a batter, which options are not available. Because sometimes, because it's naturally the back end, everyone thinks it's a boundary hitting period, where sometimes it's about hitting the pockets. You get 10 to 12 runs and over in a completely different manner.
Profiling yourself then, or no?
5 years retired.
They're going to try and come back for 2. The only person I just keeps coming into my head as you speak about these types of players is JP Dumini. He was an absolute menace. His dot ball percentage was minuscule. And those are the types of players who've kind of left the game and need to come back. Bangs it over the top. Corne Botha puts it into the slot. Debasish Deba puts it into the back of the boundary for 6 runs.
Yeah, again, I keep saying the importance of your smart cricketers. The field was set mid-on, inside the inner ring. Bowled into the slot. He made the move early, saying, if you want to go at my stumps, I'll set myself and be ready for anything that is straight. The field just doesn't allow our Cornea Bota to go anywhere near the stumps. Much better. Brilliantly executed, especially with the batter making the move towards the off stump. It then gives him a little bit more room as well for that wide Yorker. To see his footwork triggers to outside off stump, that means the red line also moves with him.
Just shows the bravery of JJ Passon's wicket in his last over then.
Again, well executed. And I just feel the batter is missing the trick. Just doesn't need to trigger. Just needs to set himself maybe just on off stump, hold his position, looking to open up his blade. Last second, there are 3 fielders he just needs to beat. And the outside edge also counts as well as a boundary option now, especially at the back end. There's a big gap between keeper and third. And then there's a gap between third and back and point. And then there's a gap between point and cover. He definitely has to bowl that one. Once more. It's been called as a no ball, which means the ball didn't land on the playing surface.
Just like you said, he had to do, no, doesn't have to move. Cornea was already anticipating the movement, pushed it way too wide. And as we see, did not pitch on the surface, so if the ball does not pitch or if it rolls, that will be a no ball. Free hit then to Debasish. Excellent delivery from Cornea. That is beautiful. And if we could bowl that 6 times in a row, man.
I think you've seen there, Debo was looking definitely towards the onside. Just looking for the onside option. And there's a big gap between cow corner and mid-on. And right on the feet. Nowhere to go, no room to maneuver.
Can't help but feel like he's trying to hit it a bit too hard, trying to generate too much of it, and Cornea is already giving him the pace. It ends over number 49. It's 276 for 6.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, the likes of JP Dumini, is that sometimes when you have a shorter side and a bigger side, and it's been quite clear from a South African point of view that they're looking to bowl towards the bigger side, is that as a batter as well, you can become obsessed with looking to target the shorter side of the field and not playing what's in front of you. Keep saying the South Africans have been looking to bowl. Sometimes it's about opening that blade and looking to exploit. Sometimes it comes thickish outside edge. Like I said, the gaps are quite big between third, point, and cover. And bit to the left, bit to the right, you can get 3 to a boundary just by being smart in terms of the options that you're looking for.
JJ to give us the final over of the innings. He tops it short, but it's going to be a little bit of a spillage from Paul James. They get 2.
Disappointing from a South African point of view. Just bringing the man back on strike. Well executed delivery. Bowled into the surface, that slow ball. And looking to use all the fielders in that bigger side of the field now. He's coming around the wicket looking to cut any room that might be offered.
Hitting it hard on the deck here, JJ Passon. He really is squeezing that room, and like that, the angle is forcing the batters to hit it onto that bigger side.
The danger, though, is that he's used 2 of his bounces within the first 2 deliveries, which then only a certain few bowlers back themselves to still execute the short ball just below shoulder height. I can only think of Dwayne Bravo, who was one of those guys that could still back himself to still execute that short ball.
It's going to be hit up into the air. Goes into a stock delivery. It's going to be retrieved in the deep by Ntando Soni, who's taking the place of Majola. Oh, what a loss Majola has been. But Mbata has come back and pulled his weight. Even Paul James has pulled his weight. Kone Botha's final spell didn't go for much either. So a good reconciliation here for the South Africans. 281 for 6.
I have to say it's been quite difficult to read in terms of, is it been the execution from the South African point of view, or now the one ball that is being used in the latter part of the innings. Quite interested to see, because you mentioned quite an important point as well from a South African point of view. When they do go to bat, they might also say, guys, maybe the first 34 overs are going to be very important to us, ensuring that we set this game up, because it's not going to be easy with that one ball in the back end of looking to chase anything 10 plus and over.
It's a down the ground. It's gonna come back for 2 runs. JJ Passon. No. But it's slow. Are they gonna come back for 3? Kamogelo Phiri has read it very quickly. Good awareness from the wicketkeeper with 1 ball remaining in the innings.
Yeah, because it's not your typical in-season surface where we expect to remain true throughout the innings. We've seen the ball has made a significant difference in this game. And we know the Bangladeshis are renowned in terms of their spin options. It might make things difficult for South Africa as well.
Last ball. And it's been cracked up into the air. Is that 5 wickets for JJ Passon? There's a confusion in the deep. No one called. Who will take the catch? Paul James in confusion down in the deep, but nonetheless, it's just a few runs short of 300 runs for Bangladesh. JJ Passon had 5 wickets waiting for him, but 285 for 6. A very intriguing 50 overs.
Yeah, again, bowling into the surface, an opportunity there for the South Africans, coming closer and closer to each other, not quite making the decision which fielder was going to take that opportunity. And it ends a first part of the match between South Africa and Bangladesh, 285 for 6. Really good start up top between Zawad Abrav, 70 of 61. And again, Rizan Hussain in the middle with Abdullah, a really formidable partnership. Both 63 apiece. Really set this game up for Bangladesh.
JJ Passon, Jason Rolls, the 2 key bowlers, and the 2 to bowl all of their quota. After 34 overs, a good comeback from the South Africans. Bandile Mbata did really good, finally getting a wicket. And Bayanda Majolan, he came back for a very good second spell. Just got injured. 35 for no loss. And that's how we end this first innings. 285 for 6. And South Africa are going to need 286. We've been speaking about their batting. Can it come up and show its colors? Stay tuned for a couple of minutes. We'll be back in 40 as we're going to start the second innings here on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel alongside Pitch Vision.
Welcome back to Willowmoore Park in Benoni. The first youth ODI between South Africa under-19s and Bangladesh under-19s. South Africa, it's time for them to chase with the bat. They did well in the latter stages of their bowling innings to restrict Bangladesh to 286 in their allotted 50 overs. Some really fine performances at the death from Bason Mbata, picking up some crucial Bangladeshi wickets to restrict them to 286. At one point, they looked like they would get over 300. When you see how South Africa were able to restrict the change in ball at over number 35, really going in their favor. The time for them to chase now. First time in a very pressure situation that these two, in Joris van Schalkwyk and the captain Mohamed Bulbulia, try to get themselves off to a good start. Here is ball one of this chase. And it's a nice start from Bangladesh. Bit of movement outside that off stump. And well, Fahad, my man, opening the bowling for Bangladesh. Great opportunity for these two youngsters with two brand new balls until that 35th over. Nono Pongolo's alongside me. It's going to be an interesting run chase. Oh, bounce. Bounce. Well played, though, from Van Schalkwyk. That surprised him a little bit.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. A lovely, lovely lunch we had here at Willowmoore Park. Gotta say, for starters. Nice dessert as well. It's been a good 40 minutes for us commentators. But it's been a good start. Al Fahad, I'm really fascinated to see how the Bangladeshi bowlers go about their business on this surface. Would have learnt a lot from the South Africans, how maybe the wicket held up in the end. They've got two slips in the gully. First up, left the mid-off, the cover region vacant. Wide mid-off. It's quite an experienced side as well. They tend to play a lot of cricket. You feel the young South Africans, yes, some of them have had opportunities in the emerging side in the last season, but a lot of them will be playing a lot of school cricket. And now to see the difference between the two sides, how the Bangladeshi team would exploit that and how they think differently to the South Africans, but quite a fascinating approach to see.
Good hard lines from Mohammad Al Fahad. Yeah, you're right. They tend to play together for a very long time. Bangladeshi youth cricketers often start at this age group at around 16, and then they work their way through the years at under 19 level. Would have been together for quite a long time. They did well at last year's Asia Cup. Looks a strong bowler is Mohammad Al Fahad. Hits really nice hard lengths. Excellent again. He's got a bit of zip of the surface and he's not shy of having a word as well, Mohammad Al Fahad.
It's quite a long follow through, got to say, right to the batter's face. Daniel Bosman. Excuse me, Josh van Schalkwyk, rather. And what's interesting as well is that how the Bangladeshis have really just taken the swing part of the game completely out of the game. They've looked to hit the surface hard. If there's any seam movement, that's what they will take.
Maiden over to start from Muhammad Al Fahad. Very nice start from the Bangladeshis. Often when you've got runs on the board, you need to make sure you start well in defense of them and put the pressure right back on the South Africans. They have to be the ones that have to make the play. Mohamed Bulbulia, South Africa's captain. Very talented right-handed batter from Northwest. Part of the provincial structures at Northwest now, Mohamed Bulbulia. Of course, next season will be part of KZN Inland side. Oh, it's a good start that. The ball just swinging and squaring Mohamed Bulbulia up a little bit.
Yeah, at inside edge, just saving him. A lot fuller from the side, shaping away. If we didn't get a fine tickle, you got to say you would have been gone for all money.
Early movement for Imon. Gotta hurry. Well judged in the end. South Africa opened the account through a single for South Africa's captain, Mohamed Bulbulia. Iqbal Hussein Imon, also one of the experienced members of this Bangladeshi under-19 side. 25 matches at Youth ODI level for Bangladesh. Picked up a heap of wickets as well, 36 wickets. Really decent economy for this format of the game. Good stop.
Yeah, what's been good so far from him is definitely looking to bring the stumps into play. Seeing he's got a nice shape away to the right-handers. And you feel maybe slightly more skiddier in nature compared to Al Fahad. Two contrasting bowling style, one looking to hit the surface hard, one looking to shape the ball away. And you could see there's a couple of messages coming from the slip cord and saying, hit the deck, hit the deck. It's coming from the skipper at second slip. And that's exactly what he does. Much better. You just mentioned the importance of experience. And again, as yes, it's a youth ODI. But again, straight away, it gives you the experience of the Bangladeshi players of realizing what works, what doesn't work on the surface, how quickly the captain has picked it up, his bowler is a bit too full. Use the surface. And not only did he get the message, he responded well, the perfect delivery outside of stump.
Leading edge. Oh, what a grab. What an excellent grab that is at point. It ricocheted from the gully fielder and then the presence of mind from the point fielder. One-handed, scooping it off the ground, and Bangladesh has struck first. Joris van Schalkwyk has to go.
Absolutely fantastic catch. Got to say, bowling the ball into the surface. This time around, looking to shape the ball into the batter. Ricocheted off the hand. How is that even possible at backward point? But South Africa have lost their first wicket. in a similar manner as well to how Bangladesh lost their first wicket. A fantastic catch by the South Africans as well. Umbata taking a brilliant catch. And you got to say, that wasn't easy at all. Watching the field in front of you, diving in front of you, and still having the presence of mind to still just throw out that left claw. It's 1 for 1.
We've seen two excellent catches in this match. One from Bandi Lembata and now from the Bangladeshis. Now what about the ball? It angled in and then straightened off. And the leading edge from Joris van Schalkwyk. Incredible ball this from Iqbal Hussain Imon. And fine fielding. End of an excellent over. It's a fantastic one because it's got the wicket of Joris van Schalkwyk. South Africa in early trouble at 1 for 1. Samyan Bashir Ratul, the man clinging on to that excellent catch at point. What reflexes, what presence of mind to watch the ball all the way. A hard new ball just skidding off the surface nicely. And for Imon and for Al Fahad.
Hey, got to say as well, just thinking about what worked for the Bangladeshis in that first power play as well, that left-right combination. Really not allowing the batters to settle in on a length, and you feel that the top three of the South Africans so far, it's all been right-handed. Man Manak has just come in. You mentioned the family, that they come from, the Manak family. It's going to be so important for South Africa then to ensure that batters don't get stuck on one end, rotation of strikes, plenty of gaps. As we've seen, the Bangladesh has got 2 slips in the gully, making it clear they're not going to pitch any of the deliveries full for these batters. They're going to work hard back of a length. So you've got to hit some really good balls for 4 through the offside.
Good running. Really good running. Soft hands from Bulbulia. And the indication from the field is that both these South African batters are not going to get anything drivable. Mid-off is very wide. Not looking to pitch it up at all. There's Muhammad Al Fahad. And even if he does, he's got catches behind the wicket as well for a bit of movement that he might get. Hard lengths again. There's plenty of chat there. They fired up the Bangladeshis. They've got runs on the board and they're very much eager to defend them.
Yeah, if you're looking for anything full, you'll probably find it in the nets, not in the middle. Quite clear in their plans. And got to say, I mentioned earlier in the first part of the match that bowlers can make a captain look very good. Execution thus far has been brilliant from the Bangladeshis. Brilliant delivery. And now it's all about the South Africans. The Bangladeshi have set their stall. We're going to hit hard lengths. Going to be tight on off stump. Then it's about you, South Africa. Are you going to be patient and wait for us, or are you going to hit the good deliveries for 4? Nice approach, quite close to the umpire. Hits the surface. On that particular occasion, the ball just seemed away. But what's nice about that is from a hard length, not looking to swing and pitch the ball up.
In the air, because of that man is so wide, there's no danger of being caught. He's just slowing up on that rough part of the outfield here in Benoni. It's good running from Manak and Bulbulia. And over here, another tight over for Muhammad Al Fahad. That's 5 for 1, South Africa.
Yeah, what was fascinating there was just seeing the weight slightly on the back foot there from Manak. Hanging on the back foot, anticipating hard length. And on that occasion, the ball being pitched up, not quite committed to the shot. And as such is the nature of the field, a wide mid-off. I feel that if it was a normal field, it could have been in trouble, Manak. But it's brilliant bowling from Bangladesh thus far.
This is going to be a nice test of the skill level of both Bulbuli and Manak. And also for Bangladesh, if they can carry on and carry this tactic of hitting hard lengths consistently. From a South African batting point of view, where do they find the gaps to be able to find the runs from that hard length? But also be mindful of that one that's pitched up. We saw in the previous instance where, as you rightly mentioned, the weight of Arman Manak a little bit back because he was still anticipating that hard length. Probably couldn't capitalize fully on that fuller ball to be able to drive it down the ground for 4. So it's all about a skill battle at the moment for these South African batters. Bangladeshis have started really well. Iqbal Hussain Iman, a wicket taker, backed up nicely on the other end. Bowled him straight through. The one that comes back from Iqbal Hussain Iman at pace. And that foolish delivery, the surprise foolish delivery, gets the better of Arman Manak. And South Africa, inside the first 5 overs, find themselves 5 for 2.
Absolutely brilliant bowling from Bangladesh. Really set him up with a ball swinging away previously. And he followed up with an outstanding ball that comes back into his stumps. Execution personified from Bangladesh. And we've spoken about the experience of these players. Iman has played 25 youth ODIs already. And he's certainly showcasing all his Nelson experience. He's gone for 3, Manak. It's 5 for 2 after 3.3.
Class bowling. Absolute class bowling this from Iqbal Hussain Iman. Just look at that go. He's caught surprised. There's Arman Manak expecting the one to go away. Important job for South Africa's number 4, Jason Rolls.
Yeah, the 2 captains together. They really need to forge a partnership together. South Africa under all sorts of pressure. As you've said, just inside 5 overs already. And the execution from the Bangladeshi bowlers thus far has been absolutely brilliant. Making a change immediately for Jason Rolls. Finally coming inside the inner ring. They do change their mind once more. Square leg is coming back into the inner ring. Certainly kind of showcasing that there's definitely a bouncer ploy that's going to be used against Jason Rolls.
Very good. This is excellent bowling from this Bangladeshi pair. Setting the tone perfectly. Here's Iqbal Hussein Iman. He's got 2 for 1. Simple setup, isn't it? It really is. At this age, at this level, when you sit back and you applaud such bowling because it's well thought out. The field placing, the execution, excellent. Brilliant again.
What also has been quite telling is how quickly they've adjusted now. It's the first time they're having a left-handed batter. And how quickly it's taken him on to execute the plan to go across Jason Rolls. We saw the South Africans earlier just struggle with the left-right combination. But the importance, again, the South Africans has plenty of time. It's about ensuring that the partnership starts, it builds.
Off the hip from Jason Rolls. Off the mark. Ends a really excellent over from Iqbal Hussein Iman. A wicket of Varman Manak. South Africa reeling at 6 for 2.
I just would love to be a fly right now between Jason Rolls and Mohamed Babulia, just kind of hearing what the talk would be just between the two of them. One thing that you don't want to lose, you also don't want to lose the intent, looking to apply a bit of pressure back into the opposition. You mentioned such an important point in the previous over, is that Aman Manak, just because now you're anticipating a particular delivery, he was hanging on the back foot. There was a boundary option available for him. Beautiful. Hard lengths. Absolutely phenomenal from the Bangladeshis. Just taking no time to settle into a plan. And if Jason Rolls wasn't quite clear, if there's a contest on in the middle, he will certainly know about it right now.
It's so important about also still looking to score, even though you're 6 for 2. Trying to find opportunities where you can keep on accumulating runs for this pair now in particular. Bangladesh slightly ahead on head-to-head. On 18 of the 29 matches that these two sides have played at this under-19 level. South Africa with 11. So it's a question for Bulbulia and Rolls, who would have played a lot together at this level for this team, to try and figure out a way out of this situation. Bangladeshi bowlers right on top.
Yeah, they had a fantastic partnership in Stellenbosch against England early on in the year in the youth test match. There were certainly two players that know each other quite well, understand each other's games, and again, very calm characters as well. Beautiful. Really well, Jason Roll to drop his hands in the last second. Really to his face. And what I'm loving from the Bangladesh is the entire team inside the inner ring are right on Jason Roll's face, making it hard. There's no friendly games between these two sides. And umpire Jella just ensuring that he just remembers that he doesn't need to say anything after the ball has been bowled. It's absolute slaughter. And the only one who will be smiling there will be Jason Rolls. He's still there.
Yeah, well played in the end. It's a proper contest now. Oh, that's hurt him. That's hurt Jason Rolls. Might have rolled up from his arm and onto the side of his face. It's good to see concern from the Bangladeshi fielders, though, quickly to get over and check if he's okay, remove the helmet off. South Africa's physio quickly onto the scene as well. Yeah, might have just rolled up the arm, didn't it?
Yeah, it's rolled up towards the neck region. Not quite sure how that could have happened, but a bit of discomfort from Jason Rolls. Sending more emergency personnel as well right now. Just doesn't look good at the moment for South Africa.
He looks coherent, though. That's the important thing, is that he's back up on his feet also. Doctors on hand as well. Just might have hit him on the throat and make it a little bit difficult to swallow at the moment. This is another excellent delivery from Mohammad Al Fahad.
Did it just ricochet off the bat straight into his neck region? Oh, what a pity for Jason Rolls. Looks like he just has to make his way off the field. Maybe a concussion test.
Yeah, he's very reluctant to get off. He's walking off with a smile on his face as well, but I'd assume a lot of this is precautionary, make sure that he's okay. He'll be able to come back a little bit later, hopefully. Jason Rolls. Right on top, Bangladesh. Been able to nip out 2 wickets. Daniel Bosman will replace Jason Rolls. And hopefully, from a South African point of view, we won't need Jason Rolls later on in the piece, and that this partnership can extend. He'll face Al Fahad, a fired up Al Fahad. Another great over from Bangladesh's seamer. 6 for 2 after 5 overs.
An eventful over. Got to say, some beautiful deliveries outside of stump. The unfortunate delivery to Jason Rolls coming off his outside edge to his neck. And what's fascinating for me is to see how South Africa continues to approach this power play. Certainly not going to get any freebies from the Bangladeshis. 6 for 2 after 5 overs. And you certainly don't want to have a power play where you're only scoring 20 runs in 10 overs. We've seen how difficult things do get after that ball change at the 15th or 35th over, or when teams opt to only have one ball for the remaining part of the innings. So it's going to be so important for how South Africa plays the first 35 overs. That's where the game is. And right now, the power play, Bangladesh is all over South Africa at the moment.
Shy at the stumps, ricochets off the stumps, and Bulbulia and Bosman able to get through for the single. It's also important now for Bangladesh to sort of channel their positive energies in the right way. You're already on top. You don't need those kind of throws at the stumps. He's comfortably in here, Mohamed Bulbulia. All the damage from that end where South Africa struggled from the chalet end. Polar opposite for Bangladesh's seamers. That one just stays down. All sorts happening in this second innings.
It looks like a completely different surface as well that these Bangladeshi bowlers are operating on. It's just about South Africa now, just adapting themselves, is opting to come around the wicket. Maybe bringing the stumps more into play. Again, there's no sighter, even though when he chooses to come around the wicket, right on the money straight away. And the further South Africa falls behind, you feel that the Bangladeshi spinners will certainly be licking their lips. You want to be coming South Africa 20 for 2 outside of the power play. Then you can back yourself as well. So quite a precarious situation South Africa finds himself in, but Daniel Bosman has looked to be positive thus far as well.
First wayward ball from Iqbal Hussein Iman. First extra in this bowling innings from Bangladesh. South Africa had plenty of those extras. Into the double digits. There's plenty of encouragement also from the stands. Partisan crowd here at Willowmoore Park. That's lovely. Just swung at the last moment. Did well, Bosman, to keep it out. Hands on head from Iqbal Hussein Iman. Almost threw him. Almost threw him. Gets through. Partial hand on that. Won't carry it all the way to the boundary, but good running from Bosman and Bulbulia. And come back for the third.
Yeah, good end to the over. He's been looking to also be positive. Daniel Bosman certainly didn't get all the contact that he was looking for, but the running between the wickets was the positive side there from the South Africans. Yeah, when the boundaries are hard to come about, it's important that the running between the wickets, converting those twos into threes. And again, as they continue to have this left-right combination, it's not quite the same. And that's the importance of ensuring from the word go, utilizing the left-right combination. Fahad was outstanding in his his previous over rather. Look to continue some of his fine work.
Let's hit him as well. South Africans wearing a couple of deliveries now. Just looks like these Bangladeshi bowlers have got a little bit more out of the surface than the South Africans did. Sun has beat down a little bit on this pitch now, so might have just quickened it up a little bit. They're certainly hitting the straps here, Al Fahad and Imon. Another great delivery. Just going across the left-handed Bosman.
The importance of continuing to follow up good deliveries with more good deliveries. And I think that's where the South Africans were guilty earlier on in the day. Maybe one or two good deliveries in and over. Whereas these Bangladeshi bowlers, they're bowling as a partnership. Tied from both ends, creating pressure, asking questions of the South Africans. And right now, it's telling. 2 wickets down inside the power play.
Pulled away, not quite the best connection from Daniel Bosman. Will pick up 2. It's a nice option. He's also got that option up his sleeve. Is Al Fahad, the short delivery. So really good mixture of options being employed by Bangladeshi's openers here.
And again, in a different spot, like you mentioned, if South Africa were maybe slightly on top, maybe that goes for boundary. Because we've been put all under sorts of pressure, execution not quite there. And you do feel the more the Bangladeshis bowl this ball into the surface, probably the quicker it will get softer as well, which will make things rather difficult for the South Africans.
Important though, the umpire's job now in keeping a BDI going forward, and not only just in this match. About fielders throwing the ball a little bit more into the surface. 2 bounces, 3 bounces instead of that 1 bounce.
Yeah, and the law is just 1 bounce. As long as it's a 1 bounce to the keeper.
Slashed away. Beautifully played by Daniel Bosman. Brings up South Africa's first boundary. It's been a real good pressure situation from Bangladesh. And Bosman releases it ever so slightly.
Beautiful from Bosman. Really just capitalizing on the width on offer. Again, something about a left-hander. Bat speed. And just picking his gap. And straight away, it's made a change. It's caused a change in the Bangladeshi side. All of a sudden, they've looked to bolster that point region with another fielder. Maybe just starting to follow the ball. There's one bad delivery really from Al Fahad. It ends the over. It's 17 for 2.
Early pressure for South Africa. They find themselves 17 for 2 inside the first 7 overs, and this run chase of 286. Joris van Schalkwyk and Arman Manak, the 2 men out, and Jason Rolls retired hurt after copping a blow to the throat from a rising Al Fahad delivery. And this pair has come in and settled proceedings a little bit. Daniel Bosman getting the first boundary of the innings. Bulbulia has just been a little bit cautious in terms of his stroke play, and trying to soak up the pressure a little bit. Well, it's clear who's on top in this contest. It's all Bangladesh at the moment. Pendulo Mugabane has been keeping a beady eye on proceedings. He's had a good lunch as well. Roasted potatoes, roasted butternut, chicken. You had all the options, didn't you? Flicked away. Just on the bounce to Al Fahad at fine leg.
I don't know if you're talking about me or looking in the mirror, Pilasande.
You never resist a good lunch, though. Benoni always has good lunches.
And then after that delicious lunch, you come, and as a lover of fast bowling, you get feasted by this from the Bangladeshi under-19s. It's absolutely serious stuff from Iqbal Hussein Imon. Only 18 years old. This is serious bowling from Iqbal Hussein Imon. Unlike his bowling partner, he bowls and lets the ball do the talking, walks away. His partner's in your face, making you feel that hostility. It's a fearsome partnership.
It is. Pupuya just trying to drive that one on the up. Not quite there in terms of its length. Got to be careful. Especially with fielders around the bat, catchers. Just the one slip now for Imon.
And they're not backing away from these areas that they've found. They're constantly testing the South Africans, and the percentage of faulty deliveries when you compare this and what South Africa started is severely different. Bangladeshis are giving nothing away.
That's what you want from your opening pair of bowlers. You want them to set the tone, and Nono Pongola was rightly mentioning that they're setting it up for their spinners. When you look at historically the strength of Bangladeshi cricket, especially their bowling is their spinners. In times gone by, guys like Shakib Al Hasan have been a real thorn in a lot of international sides back. Tajul Islam now has taken the mantle. And the seam bowling has come a long way. And Alan Donald has been part of that system for a very long time. There have been a lot of former fast bowling legends that have been part of the fast bowling program in Bangladesh to unearth some real talent.
And there seems to be some solid investment behind Iqbal Hussein Imon. He's had a game in the Bangladesh Premier League and is involved with the winners of the Bangladesh Premier League, the Fortune Barishal or team including Shaheen Shah Afridi, the likes of Carl Mayers from the West Indies, master of that in-swinging Yorker. When you go back to his club, Mohammedan in Bangladesh itself, in the Dhaka Premier League. You mentioned Tajul Islam, plays there. Tamim Iqbal, the likes of Mushfiqur Rahim, Miraj, Mehmedi Miraj, all of these big Bangladeshi names behind Iqbal Hussein Imon as he closes over number 8. It's 20 for 2.
Yeah, that's proper investment. I mean, when you have those kind of people in the same side as you're 18, you're going into a BPL side with Shaheen Shah Afridi, who's been a real gem in international senior cricket for a long time now for Pakistan. You're bound to be a sponge and pick up so much knowledge. 285 for 6. Bangladesh in the allotted 50 overs, helped largely by Zawad Abrar with 70 of 61 and Rizan Hussain and Muhammad Abdullah, half centuries for them too. And in response, South Africa have teetered a little bit, 20 for 2. Iqbal Hussein Imon, the man doing the business.
Here's the captain. Takes the ball on himself. Azizul Hakim. And they bring in the spinners early. The setup has been done. Let's pile on this pressure and let's dry them of these runs.
Yeah, it's an interesting ploy also from Azizul Hakim Tamim. Captain bringing himself very early on in the piece. Left-hander also, so makes it a little bit easier for him. With the ball spinning away from Daniel Bosman as a right-handed off-spinner.
It's so important to back up the work that has been done by the opening bowlers here, because this can easily go in one of two ways. It's well dealt with by Daniel Bosman, and we can see that's not much turn. So this can go in one way where the pace is no longer a threat and they can get their eye-ins, or Azizul Hakim can prove to be problematic, but I like the way that Bosman is dealing with this.
Very accurate as well. Getting through his over very quickly. Here's Azizul Hakim.
Goes for a wild one there, Daniel Bosman. It's well constructed here from Azizul Hakim.
There's an opportunity there. Really, that one spun away from him, a bit of width. Unfortunately, just fell away from the shot.
In the blink of an eye, we're finished over number 9. A maiden from Azizul Hakim. Brave bowling change to bring himself in within the power play as well. That was that chance, the only chance that Daniel Bosman had to score. It's 24 with a loss of 2. The energy from Bangladesh is infectious. The bowler feeding the fielders feeding the bowler, and it's an ever-ending cycle. And it all started with that very first wicket. It was a ridiculous catch. It was a really, really good effort from Sam Samiun. You would think that a man diving in front of you is going to distract you from getting to the ball, but rather he showed the man in front of him what needs to be done, and he catches the ball. Jorik van Schalkwyk was the first victim. The bowling from Iqbal Hussein Imon never stopped. And he cleaned up Aman Manak, who scored a beautiful century in the South Africa Under-19 camp. So he wanted to take that momentum up, Aman. And rather, it was Imon who had the last laugh. So here we are on 20 for 2 after 10 with Bulbulia on strike. Flashing at a wide one. Imon is still continuing. Are we going to attack him and counter? Or are we going to hold and let him do what he's been doing? And Bulbulia takes the former.
Yeah, 2 opportunities now for both these batters to score off. Daniel Bosman in that Azizul Hakim over. And this one, a nice juicy full half volley outside the off stump. Change of field now for Iqbal Hussein Imon, brings in the second slip. So he's still attacking, looking to attack and picking up wickets inside this first 10 over power play of Bangladesh.
Edged, and it's been put down. It was a hard opportunity. It was a difficult opportunity. Diving in the slip was Zawad Abra. And it looks like he has done himself a doozy here.
An excellent change also in field placing. Unfortunate for Bangladesh. It was a real opportunity. It came quickly and to his right. Had to dive full length. Was Zawad Abrar. And creating chances here, Bangladesh continuously. And keeping the pressure up on South Africa. There was a hard chance. Slashed hard by Mohamed Bulbulia.
His eyes went wide open. Iman has not been giving them any chances. Missed out on the first, thought he had the second, almost losing his wicket. Daniel Bosman plays the ball extremely late and has preserved his wicket.
Bulbulia also has an important job, not only as captain but also a batter in the side. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders, not only from a captaincy point of view, run scoring, do the first job first. They always speak about that. Some of the best teams in the world, especially when you're captain. You don't want to be in the side because you're captain. You want to be in the side because of your currency, which is runs. He's got a life here, Bulbulia.
This is a real test for these boys. It's a real test. Bangladesh are leaving nothing in the change room, nothing in the kitchen sink. All of it is being thrown down. The fans are trying to cheer the South Africans on, even though it's not looking too good. Jason rolls back into the dugout after being hit in the head. And Iqbal Hussain Iman charging down. They take a hard run. That was almost a wicket falling. This is what pressure does. Miscommunication between Mohamed Bulbulia and Daniel Bosman. Inches away from being a wicket. What a chance. No one was backing up the stumps for Bangladesh. If someone was there, it was curtains for Daniel Bosman. Each batter now with a life of their own. Bulbulia dropped. Bosman surviving a run out. It's 21 for 2.
Yeah, poor run, that poor run. There was never a single there. Pressure, that's what it does. Makes you see things that aren't there. Another excellent over from Iqbal Hussain Iman. South Africa under enormous pressure at 21 for 2.
The thing is, coming from the Ekurhuleni end, the captain Aziz, his overs take less than 2-3 minutes to complete. So it's not as if the batters can take a moment to breathe. And it's not as if Aziz Tamim is not accurate either. He lands the ball and continuously makes the batters play, makes them think. So the South Africans are not having a breather here. And the field is suffocating as well from the Bangladeshis. It's right up into the square. Positive body language from the Tigers.
Still attacking, even with the spin on.
And this must be the ploy. What we saw with the Bangladeshis was their turnover of the strike. They were able to find these little pockets of ones and twos, and maybe this must be the plan from Bulbulia and Bosman.
Six fielders inside the circle for Bangladesh. It's a stark contrast to how South Africa approached, especially when the spin of Jason Rolls was on. You really are pressing, making sure that they push that run rate up. It's also so vital for South Africa to keep that run rate in check.
2 runs to the over so far that they're scoring at. And you don't want to be bogged down, even though you have lost a couple of wickets. And the situation becomes so different if you are able to string up a partnership. That is what we saw from Aziz Hakim and Fawad Abra firstly. That's what we saw later on in the innings as well. Strong partnerships make the bowling team become more defensive, thus giving you more chances to score. But you have to earn that right. And this is their chance to fight this turmoil and get there. And this is good from Daniel Bosman. The power play just gives you that space to work with as well, because now they have these 4 fielders out instead of 2. Is it okay to be boring? Is it okay to take your time and to be patient and allow the opposition to have the upper hand if they do have the upper hand, is the question. After 11 overs with 24 for 2 for South Africa, Mohamed Bulbulia 7 from 17, and remember he scored that wonderful century versus England. And so the long game is his game, but do not be fooled and think that he can't play any other forms of cricket than Northwest Dragons, man. Daniel Bosman seems to be a good partner on the other side. Both of them shepherding the game. Then in come Rizan Hussain for Bangladesh. Their second bowling change.
Yeah, the change bowlers also not letting up from the good work that the opening pair of Imon and Al Fahad did. 14 matches for Razan Hossain. Batted beautifully with bat in hand. He used to follow it up and put in an all-round performance with the ball too. Tough act to follow from that chalet end from Iqbal Hussain Imon.
Hitting the deck hard has been the name of the game here for the Bangladeshis, and it's been working well. And the real big problem for the South Africans is that if they don't capitalize on the new hard ball, which travels much more quicker, run scoring will become so much more difficult. But that's the thing. The Bangladeshis are using that new ball to absolute perfection.
And it's so important from the batters to relay information to the bowlers whenever they come out to defend the total. It is evident from South Africa's bowling innings that the fuller length was easier to get away. And immediately Bangladesh started with the hard length. Even Razan Hossain has started off his bowling spell by hitting that hard length. And he's bowling from the right end of the dimensions here at Willowmoore Park, protecting that shorter boundary and trying to force the South Africans to hit to the longer boundary. So it's so important that when you're playing as a team, it's not only about batters and only bowlers. That combination has to have a symbiotic relationship. Razan Hossain was there out there batting, knew which areas were harder to score off and which ones were easier to score off. And immediately he comes on with the ball, he hits hard lengths, he forces the South Africans to hit to the long side of the boundary.
Then on the same vein, the South Africans are realizing how hard it is to actually score. if the ball is being landed in the correct areas. And these could be lessons going into the next 2 games, which will also be played in this very same ground on Saturday and on Monday.
It is, and I don't think the conditions are going to change much in this week that this 3-match Youth ODI series is going to be played. So it's about adapting very quickly, and Bangladesh have been the ones that have adapted quicker to the South Africans. There's still plenty of time, though. This partnership has to extend between Bosman and Bulbulia.
The thing is, it's much more easier to execute your plans if you're on top. If you know that your errors don't have much of a consequence because you've put such a good platform in place, which is what Bangladesh have done here with their bowling, just like they did with their batting. And so, South Africa have to allow this phase to play on, because eventually, once Bangladesh are no longer on top, have lost that momentum, it is the batters now who can start and pounce on that. Just like that, it's a good hit from Bosman. He did score 74 from just 70 deliveries in the South African camp. So there's talent in his bat.
Definitely it is. And he has to show it here today. He has to ride out a difficult situation here, Bosman. It's not a conditions where stroke playing is free and easy.
Talk about stroke play from Mohamed Bulbulia. The reason why it's been hard for them to score is because of the good bowling. That one dropped short by Rizan Hussain, and he pounces on it with a full maximum. It's a glorious stroke.
It really is. In position very quickly here, Mohamed Bulbulia. That's a long hit there, but in the high felt, you get a good piece of bat on it, and you let the conditions take over. Airs thin and travels further, and it's an excellent hit. The first 6 of this South African run chase.
What a break that they needed. That takes the run rate close to 3 runs to the over. They require 6.5 from here on in. Captain Azizul Hakim Tamim. Looking at getting around 3 to 4 runs and over. If you can get those singles, get those 2s. You move yourself up into the 70s, you move yourself up into the 100s, and by that time, the ball is dead. The fielders are less tired or are less fresh. The partnership has grown and you are more accustomed to what is needed. And just like Bangladesh were able to score, you take those lessons as well as the batters.
Exactly, and this is really good batting. You got a boundary in the previous over. Now it's about continuing to milk the bowling. Don't let Azizul Hakim go at less than 2 and over. And try and get singles almost every ball. And then if he does dish up a rank long hop, make sure you're in position to capitalize and get that odd boundary off the over. Oh, that is so close. That is so close. Going back to that one, Daniel Bosman. And it just shaved that off stump.
How close do you want it to be? Daniel Bosman playing for the spin. The ball keeping the line. But just gets his head back right into the game and continues with regular proceedings. Needing 248 runs now. And Aziz is a really good bowler. Keeps it tidy, doesn't go for many runs in his List A career. Going for less than 5 runs to the over. And was really good in that 6-match series versus Sri Lanka. Bowled only in 4 innings. got a wicket in 3 of those innings. Didn't concede over 30 runs, except for the one where he didn't go for a wicket. 31 is not bad, though, to concede in a one-day international.
End of the over, it's 38 for 2, and the players will enjoy a nice drinks break here at Willowmoore Park in Benoni.
Drinks done, and we return to Willowmoore Park. The score is 39 for 2. South Africa under 19 needing 247 from 222. Rizan Hussain is there bowling to Mohamed Bulbulia and Daniel Bosman, and Nono Pongolo has joined us in commentary post drinks.
Yeah, thank you. It's been an absolutely great start from Bangladesh. Really asking a lot of questions out of the South Africans. And just making things slightly easier for their spinners, their seamers. Started really well. And laying down the platform, 22 runs from the South Africans in the power play. pulled. Just between fine and square leg. Misfield, and South Africans are coming for the second. Good running. Showing some intent, Daniel Bosman. South Africa have got themselves to 42 for 2 after 13.2.
It's good that they have intent to try and score. Constantly looking to rotate the strike as well. Very key, since that's that left-right combination that was being talked about by you and Pilasande. The Bangladeshis used that to great effect, really destabilized the South African bowlers. And ever since this partnership has started with the left-right combination, and here it is, taking full effect again.
Yeah, you feel that with they've given themselves time to really forward this partnership. 17 of 33. 18 from 24 for Mohamed Bulbulia. Certainly given themselves time to assess the conditions, assess the wicket, and assess the bowlers, how they've been operating thus far on the surface. And now the only way for the South Africans is to ensure this partnership becomes a really big one.
That's really going to give a boost to the batters who are still waiting in the dugouts as well, mentally. There is a mental game that's being played as well. You see your first bowler, your first batter being caught in the manner that they were caught, and the fielders are letting you know that they're not going to let you lose. Aman Manak, one of the most informed batters in the side, getting clean bowled through middle stump. Jason Rolls getting hit in the head after he had some troubles against the bowling as well. And so it does cause a little bit of jitters. You just need to shake away. Oh, and they lose it. Talk about holding your nerve. Daniel Bosman drives it straight back into the hands of Rizan Hossain. He was good with the bat, and now he is being good with the ball for Bangladesh. He's gone for 17 from 37.
Yeah, after just mentioning the importance of giving yourself time to assess the surface and read the conditions and how these Bangladeshi bowlers have been operating, right back to the bowler. Looks easy, but they're never easy. Caught and bowled. And just after a drinks break, the Bangladeshis, they break another South African partnership. Daniel Bosman has to go. Right now, South Africa under all sorts of pressure. 3 down for 42. And it brings in Kamokhelo Phiri into the wicket. As the South Africans continue to be without Jason Rolls.
It's going to be a very big test for Kamokhelo Phiri. He's only had one innings where he scored 73 and was not out. Thus, does not have an average. In that 73 that he scored, it was against Namibia early on in May. He was given another chance to come and showcase his talents. And then in the camp, he scored yet another score in the 70s, 74. And the situation was a little bit similar to this for his team. And he was able to tug it out and get to those 73, 74 runs rather. So here he is now. And he needs to do it at a big stage. Bowling change coming in though for Bangladesh. Samuel Bashir Ratul, he took the amazing catch of Jorik van Schalkwyk. Here he is with the ball to Mohamed Bulbulia. Steep bounce. Remember, he took that catch. Shows that he can field.
Yeah, certainly if anyone hasn't seen that catch, certainly give yourself a chance. It absolutely was a slaughtered backward point, ricochet off a field at gully. Played nicely off the back foot from the captain. And again, what a time to be a spinner in this bowling attack. Just following up some really fine work that has happened earlier. And mentioned 22 runs from South Africa in the first power play. There's no better time for a spinner to be coming on. Feel that the batting lineup is under pressure. Not a lot of pressure on the spinner, just about looking to execute your plans and ask the South Africans some questions. You feel at the moment 7 fielders inside the inner ring. They're about to add another one. Mid-off is also in place. As right now, it's your move, Piri.
There's hardly any space. You can't find any green. The Bangladesh continue coming in after every ball, going close to the pitch. But what's going on over there?
There's been a verbal exchange coming more from the Bangladeshi players to Piri. It's quite interesting to see where the fielder is going, because he's gone now to he was going to the third region thinking that it was the end of the over already. Cut nicely, finds the gap. It's going to race away to the fence. Good start from the keeper batter.
Nothing wrong with the delivery. Everything perfect with the shot from Kamokhelo Piri. Plays it late, plays it behind square, finds the gap. Beautiful hands.
If there's one thing we know about wicket keepers, very fine players, square off the field, cutting, sweeping. And they've got a backward point that's quite tight. In the air. Again, left over the short third. As I've just mentioned, the keepers being very good square off the field. Back-to-back boundaries for South Africa.
Fearless batter, Kamokhelo Piri. He scores, and he scores hard. Slashed at that fully. And what we saw even from the Bangladeshis is that they went hard on the shots where they fully committed for the boundaries. And the edges carried over for fours. And that's what Kamokhelo did there. Play with conviction. And South Africa bring up their 50 runs. It's 51 for 3.
Come on,
15 overs gone now. Yet another bowling change coming in now for the Bangladeshis. Sateen Islam. He comes in. Let's see what he's going to do on his first Youth One Day International. He has 2 right-handed batters to bowl to as a left-arm orthodox spinner.
Yeah, leg spinner into the attack. And again, coming in just inside 16 overs. And that's been also contrasting approaches from the Bangladeshis. Cut again. Period. Certainly. And it's races for 4. The captain rather from Muhammad Bulbulia. Just a bit of width offered. And pouncing the quick nature of the field.
Slip fielder there, waiting for those deliveries to come his way. Risk brings reward for Mohamed Bulbulia. Third man is on the ring. So if it does go past the inner ring, it will fly down to the boundary. All of a sudden, an injection of pace for the South Africans as they move to 55. The equation is not too far off still. 231 from 208. It's going to take this, consolidating the boundary, pushing the singles, and when the ball is there to be hit, they do hit it.
Yeah, it's been a lot better from the South Africans. At one stage, I was looking at a 2.4 rate that had been achieved by the South African batting unit thus far. At the moment, it's 3.6. The run rate that's been required, it's been hovering around the 6.4. Currently, it's 6.7. Still manageable from a South African point of view.
Peer is gone. He's been outdone by Shadin Islam. It's calamitous for South Africa under 19. It's 56 for 4 now.
Yeah, not reading the googly at all. Absolutely brilliant here from Islam. Just not reading the googly. And South Africa lose another wicket. It's 56 on the board. And Kamokhelo Piri has to go. He's got 8 of 3 balls.
This is a tough test for the South Africans. It was even from the beginning. And it continues to being even more difficult as more wickets tumble. New banter coming in as situations are getting tougher and tougher. Because Jason Rolls cannot come back due to his concussion. He receives a direct substitution only because it is a concussion. He has to be replaced by a like-for-like player. So as a top order batter, he has to be replaced by a top order batter. And in comes the younger brother of Luandre Pretorius, whom I don't believe is a bad replacement at all. In is Vian Pretorius, another left-hander for the South Africans.
No pressure. And I think as well, we've got to be careful. I think the comparisons will be made. The young man, such as the year that Luandre Pretorius has had for himself and for South Africa. What I've enjoyed as well from Bangladesh, including the spinners, the aggression seems to continue. Really showing their presence, really showing South Africa that they are here and they're here to compete.
Well, the last time I remember a player making a debut due to a concussion sub in a very high-stakes situation where the bowling was hot. Marnus Labuschagne or Labuskaghni, how you want to say it.
No. You're South African. Just because he moved to Australia hasn't changed how we pronounce it.
Hey, it's Marnus.
It's Marnus.
Marnus Labuskaghni went on to have an excellent start to his test career. Peer pressure. And then, here we are with Vian Pretorius, and it's important what you raised, Nono Pongolo. The comparisons must not come anywhere close and allow him to develop at his own rates and at his own pace. We were surely going to see him later on. And here he is now. And I love Bangladesh bringing in their strike bowlers. Mohamed Al Fahad only went for 10 runs in his first 4 overs with 2 maidens. He bowls Supul Vulia. Beautiful shot from Mohamed Bulbulia. Full face of the bat, full stride into the pitch of the ball, and drives it through the space for 4 runs.
Yes, looking much better. Mohamed Bulbulia finding more rhythm, better rhythm, driving nicely. It's just a check. And again, just finding the gaps, and it races all the way to the fence. He just need to continue. There's been so much chaos happening around him. Just continuing to focus on his game.
And it's going to be important also not to get carried away and still play and still call where the ones are there. Not take rash singles. Did score 46 in Namibia, where South Africa scored almost 400. 46 and 43 with 4 fours and a 6. So it's, even though he can do it in a 4-day game, he can do it with the red ball. Clearly he can do it with the white ball as well.
You probably feel, just looking at him, that's probably areas of opportunities he will need to exploit, his white ball side of the game, especially when you're playing against bowling attacks like Bangladesh we're seeing today. There's not a lot of half volleys being offered, and the higher you go in your cricket, the less half volleys you're going to face. So now how do you then find scoring options when bowling attacks are tight? You think about the Australian bowling attack, Hazelwood, Cummins, Stark. That's probably the best bowling attack in world cricket at the moment. When you have 3 of those type of bowlers at you, you've got to find ways of scoring runs, because that's what the highest level is going to be asking of you. But the Australian bowling attack, it is an exception. Absolutely phenomenal bowling attack. And at some point, it does drain you mentally, because you're not getting anything that is in your half. Then you make ill-advised decisions or rash decisions because they just mentally tire you by bowling good areas for long periods of time. And that's the standard. The higher you go, the less half volleys you get.
This speaks to some of the bowling that the South Africa exhibited then in their innings, where they gave away a couple of balls which shouldn't have been, and they gave boundaries to Bangladesh. In the end of the day, though, you still have to take those opportunities, so you give credit to Bangladesh for sticking it out with the good balls and waiting for and actually producing the bad deliveries, for staking it out on the good balls. The contrast here is that Bangladesh are giving very little of those. This is why the situation is the way it is.
Yeah, you've been rattling how they've been, the teams that they play in, some of them playing in these tournaments, the T20 competitions, the importance of that exposure. You know, from a South African point of view, some of these players are playing for the SA emerging side in the Division 2, pulled in front. It's a lot of work for the fielder in front of square. South Africa are going to come back for 2. Talking about the importance of that SA emerging side as we end another over. It's 63 for 4. It's so important for these players to be exposed at a high level, because yes, at school they can dominate playing amongst their peers, but now as soon as you start being on playing open cricket, senior cricket, and playing professionals, all of a sudden you have to now raise your game even more. Guys who might be on that hard back of a length for a lot longer, then now you've been asked questions that you haven't been exposed to at a school level. You've dominated that level, but now it moves you to the next stage.
This is why such tournaments are important, or such divisions rather, under 19s and all the emergings, the academies. The idea is that if you show that you are ready for the next stage, not only will you do good amongst your peers of other areas as well, you will dominate and raise your hand and show that I am better and show that I am off a level beyond where you guys are putting me in right now.
It's kind of the reason why you think about how Kwena Mapaka, how the Luandra Pretorians have quickly risen through the ranks and makes it so exceptional. Because not only are they moving to the next stages, but how quickly they're adapting to that next stage. And you think about Kwena Mapaka already at such a young age, he's already been a spearhead of a Lions bowling attack. That says a lot about them in terms of how quickly they learn, how quickly they adjust. In the air. Oh, put down. They've been outstanding in the field, the Bangladeshi. Just slowing it down a little bit more and looking to play the cut shot. Zawad, who's been at the backward point, puts that one down.
Mohamed Bulbulia survives for the second time and is being dropped by the same man in a different position. But both opportunities extremely difficult. The first one at second slip where he had to dive low to his left, or to his right rather. Same thing here. Another edge. South Africa are living on that edge right now. Vian Pretorius yet to find his feet and to find his rhythm. He's going to get 3 runs though, with a good stop down in the deep for Bangladesh.
Yeah, he's making the ball talk. And he's been fairly accurate as well. 67 for 4 after 18 overs. And at the moment you feel, if I were a batter right now, I'll be thinking that 80% of the deliveries are going to be googlies. Looks like he's just toying with the South Africans, pushing a couple of normal leggies outside off stumps, setting them up for the googly. And such is his action. Is quite close, being from the perpendicular is quite straight from the top. So it makes things slightly harder as well to pick him compared to your round arm type of leggies. If you don't pick it early, it does make things rather difficult early on in your innings if you haven't seen him before.
Shades of Amir Abdurrahman from Afghanistan with that high action of that leggy. And it's a quick action as well, where the ball starts from behind him and then boom, the ball is out of the hand. Bowls it from the front of the hand, back of the hand. So many tricks. Kamokhelo Phiri was outdone by that trickery.
And those type of leggies, they don't tend to turn their stock ball, their leg spin massively. It's more about the slight variations, especially setting you up with a googly. And if you don't pick it up early from the hand, you are playing catch up. Because if he bowls it at good pace, you don't have much time to be reading it off the surface. So those are some of the things that these South African players will be getting used to. How much leg spin are they exposed to at school level? Not only just leg spin, high quality leg spin as well. Because it's the mindset of the South Africans as well when it comes to leg spin. We generally, maybe if he concedes runs early on, we tend to take them off. And maybe then we're not allowing our players to, first of all, the leg spinner to develop and also expose our batters to that art of bowling as well.
Stories I've heard of leg spinners being converted a lot too. It is a difficult art at the end of the day. And in the Asian countries, spin is king. Got to credit the upbringing of the Premier Leagues that are happening domestically, which unearthed that talent. And then now young players can watch up into the future? Because how many people now bowl like Rashid Khan, bowl like a Rahman, simply because they see that even I can do it now. And so these competitions, even now with South Africa with the SA20, most of these boys have played in that competitive competition for the schools edition too. So it's really good that they are getting exposed to high quality leg spin in the home of spin, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you think I've mentioned the importance of having a balanced bowling attack, especially in this 50 over format, which I do feel is the harder out of the two white ball formats. And as a coach, you always got to think about my wicket taking options outside of my fast bowlers. What options do I have in the middle overs? We saw South Africa with Jason Rolls and Daniel Bosman, two finger spinners. So from a South African point of view, then you got to think they're looking to control the middle overs, not necessarily take wickets in those middle overs. And maybe from pressure being created, that's when batters make mistakes. But having a leg spinner or an off spinner that could maybe bowl the doosra, things that can offer a bit of mystery in the middle overs, it gives you options as a coach to then, okay, we can be a little bit more aggressive. Last thing you want the opposition to be 4 down at 40 overs.
The only teams, I'm even thinking to a domestic level now in South African cricket, of good quality leg spinners as we end over number 19. The score is 69 for 4, South Africa needing 217. And speaking about these leg spinners, I can only think of Ngabapita, who's coming up now, Junaid Dawood, who was the leading wicket taker for the T20 competition, and now
he's left, joined the Titans.
Yeah.
He's left to join
the Titans now, and now I'm trying to put in the twilight of his career is now Sean van Berg down at Borland. And I'm trying to think of more than that.
Shamsi.
Former world number 1. He's a Chinaman.
I'm thinking of the left armer as well. Played in the SA20 for MI Cape Town.
Thomas Kaba. Yes.
He's probably one of the few in South Africa in terms of left arm wrist spin. And I got to say, I've enjoyed the amount of work that Paul Adams has been doing with some of upcoming wrist spinners. Obviously, one to everyone is work with Ngabapita, but I've also seen Caleb Sileka as well, the amount of work that he's been putting in with him.
And it's a problem now. Speaking of leg spin being a problem, Shadeen Islam gets wicket number 2. He bowls Kamokhelo Piri for his first. Vian Pretorius, who comes to replace Jason Rolls, goes for a sweep, and he's trapped in front, LBW. And it is wicket number 5 for South Africa.
Yeah, again, he's been absolutely outstanding. He's been on the stumps. Mentioned how he sets you up for the googly, and this time around not picking the stock ball, the leg spin. And right in front, the umpire Mazizi Kampu agrees. He's gone for 6. Vian Pretorius. And it brings in another batter for South Africa under all sorts of pressure, 70 for 5. The all-rounder Paul James.
Like you said earlier on, Mohamed Bulbulia is on the other side just watching everything unfold. Currently on 32 from 43. There were slight moments where it looked like he was starting to get the move on, and now the more the wickets fall around him, the less freedom he has, as he has to take on more and more responsibility. Nothing too foreign to him, but it's still a lot of work that he's going to need to put in and help South Africa get to a respectable total, as Paul James comes in now. And all of this is happening before we even stick to one ball for the rest of the innings. Still halfway through over number 20. Still 14 more. Then after that, if we make it to that stage of the innings, it's going to be so hard to score. Invites the drive for the first ball. He has 3 balls to work here, Shadin Islam, and work on something on Paul James. The wicket again, though. Clean delivery. As plum can be. Paul James gets away, though.
Yeah, again, been a lack of partnership from the South Africans. Not being clear in terms of the game plans, how to approach the leg spin. Possibly looking down the ground a lot more than your square options. You want to present as much of the bat as possible, especially when you're not quite sure. Ends another really good over, conceding 2 runs and getting a wicket. Sadin Islam, it's 72 for 5.
Bangladesh under-19s back-to-back champions of the Asia Cup. And in order for you to outdo the likes of India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Afghanistan even, and do it twice in a row, South Africa really have a handful of an opponent to deal with here. And like you said earlier on, having won the 2020 version Potchefstroom of the Under-19 World Cup, South Africa is a good hunting ground for the Bangladeshis.
How you feel the tournament type surfaces in South Africa, you think are more similar to what we getting in here in Willowmoore Park, Benoni? There's so much cricket that needs to be played on in tournament surfaces. Being a lot of pressure on ground staff to ensure that good quality cricket is played, so they tend to shave as much grass as possible. 2-3 bounces again from the Bangladeshis from the fence. Warned probably for the 10th time today, but they're not bothered at all. They're working this ball. They're ensuring that by the time we do get that ball change, it's going to be so soft for the South Africans. But it's so important for me to make a difference for the South Africans, because again, we're preparing South Africa to be better in that World Cup. Pulled nicely, well in front of square from Paul James. He gets a big hit for 6.
They needed something here, the South Africans. Paul James delivers. Samiun Bashir drops it ever so shortly. The spin gives the ball enough width, and it just lands on the middle of Paul James's bat. Great shot.
Again, it's not a lot to be spoken about the quick feet. Really just picking up the length quickly. Got himself into a really strong position to really pounce off that short ball.
Goes again. Same delivery, same result. Punishing batting from Paul James. Goes for another 6.
Carbon copy. Carbon copy. Really good feet once more. And there's been some swift changes being made by the Bangladeshi team. Kalkorn has dropped. Lost mid-wicket. And they've put short, fine leg.
Damage done. 13 runs from the over already from Paul James. First time South Africa look like they are on top of an over. It's all being Bangladesh. And now even having lost the wicket of Vian Pretorius, who was the replacement of Jason Rolls, it's all on them now, Paul James and Mohamed Bulbulia. And he reaches for that front foot defense, survives. South Africa win the over. Can say it's the first one that they've won convincingly. Big hits from Paul James.
I want to add as well, they probably won the first half of the over and the Bangladeshis won the second part of the over. 13 runs in the first 3 deliveries and finishing an over with 3 dot balls. So you got to say, bowler coming back strongly. Understanding where he got it wrong, but again, still South African over.
For it to happen after 21 overs just shows how hard Bangladesh have been on it. And like you said, it just took conviction from Paul James and deciding that I'm going to take this on, getting himself into positions early and dispatching of those balls. But here's the problem, man, here, Shadin Islam. It's the pace that he bowls in as well that is so problematic. You barely have time to know what it's going to do.
Yeah, I said earlier, if you don't read it out of the hand, you literally don't have time to be picking it off the surface. And that's how good he's been and how accurate he's been as well.
Oh, problem. But it's a survival for Paul James.
Yeah, there's not going to be anything short from Chalet end. He's been phenomenal. Really just asking questions out of these batters.
He forces something exotic out of Paul James's bag of tricks. He works it well at the vacant space down at fine leg. It's going to be 2 runs as Azil Hakim comes to retrieve. And they could finish up with 3. Good running between James and Bulbulia.
Yeah, James has made a decision that he's going to be busy ensuring that he's just not going to allow these bowlers to continue having things their way. Bring out the lap, especially when you know he's a type of leg spinner that's always on the stumps. The lap then becomes an option as long as you keep your head in line of the stumps. Because at times batters make a mistake getting that head going to cover, and then you're not quite in line with the ball, and then you miss the ball, and that's when you get bowled. So it's so important to ensure that the head remains in line with the stumps.
That was a sharp opportunity presented by Mohamed Bulbulia. Sounded like a double sound off the bat and off the pad, off the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Barely had time to react. That's why even the Bangladeshis are letting it go. Bowling and bowling to set up that googly, sends it out wide. And they've gotten rid of that slip fielder who was there for a while ago. And they've put the man at leg slip. There's no paddle. But there's still spaces where they can get these 1s and 2s, Mohamed Bulbulia. But he's not making it easy here, Shadin Islam. He's really not. And ends then over. Only goes for 4 runs. 89 for the loss of 5.
Run rate required from the South Africans now for the first time. It's just reached 7 runs and over. As I welcome Pilasande Siqaba into commentary booth next to me, alongside me. Are you going to be bringing runs for South Africa? Seems like it's been a bowling spell from all of us thus far. Pulled it nicely once more. Really exploiting anything that's been short. Paul James. Another 6 over long on.
I haven't been really confident about my run-making skills, Nono Pongolo, but I'll try. It's a first promising sign, this. First ball from Paul James. He's been really good with that shot. Hasn't been all that short as Samian Basir. The feet so quick as Paul James to rock back on that back foot. First South African batter really to go at a strike rate that is more than 100 so far. It's kind of positivity that was needed at the top. We need this partnership to really extend South Africa.
Hey, it looks like someone who really enjoys playing against spinners. And it's a skill set some of the schoolboys you might feel it's not always there looking to pounce of anything that's quite short. And he's made his intent quite clear. Anything short, almost 100 class and like. That's where his strength lies. Pull this time around to the offside. I'm loving the aggressive fielding as well, but just finding the man this time around. It's been a good over thus far. 9 runs of 4 deliveries.
Been really severe on the spin of Samian Basir. None for 31 and 2.4. Where has that hit? Where has that hit? It's the first real one from Basir's overs that has really spun. Lovely from James. He keeps on ticking along the South African score, 99 for 5.
Yeah, James has come with a lot of intent. And at times when you get someone with a lot of positivity, you can rub off to the batter as well, the other batter as well. Feeding off each other's energy. Language in between overs that has been spoken. I'm looking to hit the ball in this area instead of we under pressure. Looking to find your scoring options. Maybe the lap. The ball's quite straight. How about a lap? It's so important to have those type of partners because at times when you're under pressure, maybe some players tend to focus on the situation you guys find yourself in, not really looking to find options of scoring. Skipper back into the attack. Change of ends, looking to maybe look for a bit of turn from the leg spinner. From the shallow end. It's going to be so important as well from a South African point of view how they look to approach him. They saw how difficult it was to play the leg spinner. And with 2 right-handers, might feel slightly at ease. The skipper in operation.
Straight to that man on the leg side boundary. It's also been so impressive about this Bangladeshi side is that they've been aggressive. 100 is up for South Africa. 100 for 5. They've continued to be aggressive all throughout this defensive effort. In their field placings, in their lines, in their lengths. in their bowling changes as well from Azizul Hakim. He hasn't let the game settle and allowed South Africa to get back in. Every time that there's a small partnership from the South Africans forming, he's been quick and being proactive in finding a bowling change that will bring about a wicket.
Excellent grab. Wonderful catch from the keeper behind. Again, Azizul Hakim. The bowling change works, and this partnership between Paul James and Mohamed Bulbulia that was starting to form has ended. And it's a crucial one because Paul James was getting the boundaries on the other end.
Yeah, it's been South Africa's Achilles heel when it seems like a partnership is forming. You mentioned how the captain has been proactive in his changes, but what a grab. A fantastic grab. Just as South Africa was starting to look good. Paul James has gone for 24. It's 100 for 6.
Okay, a wonderful bit of keeping. James playing for the ball that possibly turns back into him. Instead it went straight on with the arm, and the grab behind was even better. Again, aggressive changes, aggressive cricket from Bangladesh. Bandile Mbata, another one of the young all-rounders in the side, was decent at the back end with the ball.
I like that photo, I got to say. It is old school. The throw.
They didn't force him to cut his hair at school.
It's the 2000s.
Yes, it is, yeah. Nice again from Azizul Hakim. 1 run and a wicket from that over. 100 for 6, South Africa under pressure. Here it is again, Nono Pongolo.
Yeah, it's an outstanding grab. There's a bit of extra bounce as well. Again, got to ride the bounce really well, still ensuring that you're keeping your gloves as big as possible. I've seen it test cricket a couple of occasions, even good keepers like Rishabh Pant on a couple of occasions going in the wrong direction, not quite offering the big paw of the gloves, and at times it tends to come off the, I guess, the webbing. Or as you close your glove, it comes off the back part of the glove. So it's so good to see.
Another googly from Islam. All the good keepers will always tell you about head and hands going together. So the minute you throw off the other will go off as well.
Again, we talk about experience from these from this side, is that just a change of ends to just kind of see what's on offer for. He's been bowling brilliantly, but to still give yourself an opportunity to let's explore even more what's on offer. And of course, as an off spinner, it probably makes more sense for him to operate from the shallow end because it is the bigger side of the field, thinking about Paul James. Whereas it'll be a lot harder to take on the leg spinner towards that smaller side of the boundary.
He's also inviting the riskier shot of going across the line. Is Shadman. So he's saying to the South Africans, if you want to hit me across the line, that's where I want you, because I've got that googly up my sleeve.
And speaking of googly, right on cue. Bandile Mbata has to be so wary. Almost think every ball is going to be a googly. Protect your stumps, protect your pads.
And he just tosses one up ever so slowly as Islam. Changing the field now. Long on drops to mid off. Mid on drops to long on. Tight squeeze from the Bangladeshis. 102 for 6, South Africa.
Yeah, only 2 conceded from that previous over. 184. Spin asked of the South Africans, still with 7.4 the required run rate. Just gives a feel that it might be a bit of a step too far for the South Africans right now. But Bulia has been there from the first over. And he's seen 5 wickets, or 6 wickets fall, including Jason Rolls. Unfortunately had to retire hurt. Swept nicely. And he gets maximum, the captain. As we said, he continues to watch all the chaos happen around him, but the decision making is still remaining clear.
Brilliant shot that. He just shuffled onto that offside and got underneath it. What makes that shot so even more impressive is that it's the first ball of the over, so it puts the pressure right back on Azizul Hakim. About accumulation and how you accumulate also at this level.
And it's an important single as well from Bandi Lembata. His role right now is to ensure the skipper remains on strike for as much as possible. Don't allow the opposition to keep you on strike for a long period of time. Good tempo from the South Africans. Boundary followed by 3 singles thus far.
Bubuya's got no option but to trust the lower order now. There's still plenty of runs to get. It's not a case of shielding Mbata. He has to give him the responsibility of also scoring at the other end. Square leg drops to the boundary now. 2 men back on that leg side boundary, including mid wicket on the boundary. So long off has to come up as mid off. Decent over for South Africa. It's Nelson for 6.
You feel it for Coach Malibonga Market. There's been plenty of takeaways from today. As I said, it's been a slow start with the ball this morning from the South Africans. Doing a great job to pull it back in the back end, because it was looking like the Bangladeshis might get over 300 in the first innings. And right now, again, plenty of questions being asked in terms of their batting, lack of partnerships that we've seen today. And again, we do understand that wickets will fall, but it's ensuring that those back-to-back bang-bang, as we often say, they do kill the momentum of a side.
Is that in the gap? It is. It's going to run away for 4. It's a half century for South Africa's captain, Mohamed Bulbulia. He's been there from over number 1. And a lot of responsibility in this huge run chase still remains with him. But it's an excellent way to get to a half century. 51 from 62.
Yeah, plenty of maturity. Never easy when wickets are falling around you and still remaining steadfast and clear in your plans. And he's certainly grown in stature. Once he got his rhythm,
handsome. Ever so often the Bangladeshi spinners have dropped it short and the South Africans have been quick to pounce on it. Possibly it's time for South Africa's captain to get a move on. That's a 6.
yeah, they've peppered the change room. The ball has been hit hard to that wall, to the roof on a couple of occasions already. And if they are looking to soften the ball is clearly, that's one of the tactics as well. It's been very important as well from a Bangladeshi point of view that they don't get complacent. They've been brilliant, really been aggressive, haven't given South Africa a lot of freebies. Good running. Another good over from the South Africans. 12 runs off that over. It's 123 for 6.
And importantly for South Africa now, that run rate required dropping ever so slightly. 7.1 now is what they need. Still going at 4.6 to the over. And South Africa will believe still with Mohamed Bulbulia still at the crease. 58 from 66. And Paul James added a great impetus for his short stay of 24-14. And it's still Bangladesh ruling the roost. Push for 2 here. South Africa, I don't think they'll come back. Oh, it's a risky run. Risky run. Excellent running from Bata. And they'll come back for 3 from the overthrows. That's the kind of pressure that South Africans need to impose on this Bangladeshi fielding.
Yeah, and often he used to joke with certain players, certain batters. He used to call it the Hussein Bolt, the run past the crease or make the way past the wicketkeeper. And if an opportunity is offered, they will not be ready. And it's so important in white ball cricket to ensure that you just make sure that you just get there and be ready for an opportunity if it's available.
I haven't seen enough of that. Putting pressure on the fielders. Turning that 1 into 2, and then if there's an opportunity from an overthrow, come back for the 3rd. I did it perfectly that time, Bulbulia and Bata, but throughout the partnerships, we haven't seen a lot of that.
I think that's what would be disappointing, Coach Malibongo Maketa, from a South African batting point of view. We haven't seen enough of what Mbata is doing. Guys being comfortable playing the long game. Once a partnership is formed, at times opposition can try too hard and all of a sudden runs start to come easier. I don't think they've put this Bangladeshi bowling attack on enough occasions under pressure. And that's what they've exploited. South African players panicking and offering their wickets. But that comes with time, that comes with experience. We've mentioned on a few occasions how this Bangladeshi side has been around some time, 2-3 years, some of them in this team. And it's so important to keep exposing these South African players to experience cricket, to a higher level of cricket. And of course, ensuring by the time that World Cup arrives, they would have seen a lot of good pictures and making better decisions in high pressure situations. It ends the 28th over. It's 130 for 6.
Bit of momentum now being injected into South Africa's run chase. And through their captain, Mohamed Bulbulia, Bandile Mbata has provided some good support. He's rotated strike nicely. Debasish Deba. Another one of the more experienced campaigners in this Bangladesh under-19 side. 10 matches. Will be tasked by his captain to try and break this partnership and particularly get the wicket of Mohamed Bulbulia.
An easy pick. Just goes down the leg side there. It was going to be a wide if he let it go. By why get 1 run when you can get 4? Bandile Mbata moves to 9.
Yeah, rank ball that. Not the kind of start that Azizul Hakim would have asked of Debasish Deba. What's been interesting, Pendulo Mokubani, is the way that the Bangladeshis have played this game, the attitude. I think he's bowled him. Yes, he has. Debas through the defenses of Bandile Mbata. He cannot believe that has gone through. But another bowling change works for Bangladesh. This time it's Debasish Deba who picks up the wicket. This ricocheted back onto his stumps and Mbata can't believe it.
Distraught, and he was starting to get into such a good rhythm. Bandile Mbata hit a good 4 down the ground, and this time just outdone by Debasish Deba. Bowled an off the leg spinner to start off. That one seemed to come back into Bandile Mbata, into his pad and onto the stumps. It's 3 wickets left now for Bangladesh. Speak about attitude, right on time. Spilasande, he shows that attitude too. He's a new bowler, doesn't waste any time to hit the hard lengths, to attack the batting, and he gets his wicket.
And that aggressive attitude, and aggression is not only by being in the batter's faces, and they've shown that too, but in the way that they've set up their bowling attack, modus operandi of hitting hard lengths, especially up front when the ball was hard and new. They realized the importance of using that because of that rule change when the 34th over comes that you're only going to use 1 ball. They knew how hard it was to accumulate the runs after that ball was taken out of play. The 2 brand new balls were taken out of play. So they really showed an aggressive attitude in the first power play, and it really worked for Bangladesh. They picked up important wickets of the South Africans early on.
7 down now. That platform was set. They can change bowlers however they want now because they don't have the pressure of using their mainline bowlers. Like South Africa had to use their best bowlers right up in front. Bangladesh can now play around with their bowlers. Corne Puerta, the new batter coming in for South Africa at number, does a good job for his school in Noordhoven. See what he can do here for national colours.
Seen a lot of that from Azizul Hakim, just marshalling his troops, constantly tinkering with the field, making sure he's got the right fielders in the right positions. Corner drops Back now, long off. Comes in.
Your statement just shows how situational captaincy is, as we see over number 29. A wicket for Debashish Deba, getting Bandile Mbatha bowled. 135 for 7. South Africa need 151 from 126. But the equation here is basically Bangladesh need 3 more wickets.
And they do. And they've been smart. It's a smart performance from Bangladesh. And even with that last ball, Azizul Hakim recognizing the fact that he wanted to have Kone Botha on strike at the beginning of this new over. And dropped the man back to cow corner, brought up the long on to a mid-off. And getting the desired result. This man was devastating at the top of the innings. Iqbal Hussein Imon ripped through the South African top order. He's been recalled by his captain to possibly finish off the job.
He started the proceedings. He broke the first chain. And just when you were starting to recover, he broke another one as he got the first 2 wickets. And just not those wickets too. All the other deliveries he's been bowling around those 2 wicket deliveries have been nothing short of excellent from Iqbal Hussein Imon. And called back right with the lower order in. Corne Botha. He connects to that, and he connects really well. It's a good hit on the up from Corne Botha, and he earns 4 runs.
Yeah, you can forgive Iqbal Hussein Imon. He's bowled beautifully today. It's probably his worst ball. That the start of a new spell. He's been out of the bowling attack for quite some time now. And just dropped that one short and wide and gave Corne Botha all the freedom to free his arms and slash it onto the vacant offside field. Just warming up again, Iqbal Hussein Imon.
Corne Botha takes on the player standing at the mid-on. He's picking up exactly where Paul James left off. Paul James was going on with the aggression. Bandile Mbatha reeled it back a little bit. He was going to take the 1s and 2s. And here's Corne, who's not going to hold back. Mohamed Bulbulia, 62 from 69 though. He's the key.
Still tinkering with the field near Bangladesh.
They had that square leg coming backwards off square. But Mohamed Bulbulia is just able to guide that down to the 3rd man. And you know, you were speaking about this captaincy from Aziz Hakim Tamim earlier on when South Africa was still batting. Bangladesh had an upper hand with the bat, and we were speaking of the patience that the captaincy needs. And this just shows how captaincy is such a situational thing. Because right now, Bangladesh have the upper hand. And here you don't want to be boring and stale, and you get a new man in and you keep with the same field of being defensive or being balanced. You constantly keep the new man on their toes. You're constantly working the field to ensure that the new man is on strike like they did in the previous delivery. So here, in this situation, create creative captaincy to capitalize on this platform that you have set is what is needed for Bangladesh, and he's doing it excellently.
And the relationship between his bowlers was also so important. I mean, we've spoken about it earlier on in the piece about how bowlers can make your life as a captain easy or hard. And he certainly has a great relationship with all his bowlers, starting with Iqbal Hussein Imon, Muhammad Al Fahad at the top of the order as well. So that relationship is so important. being able to communicate well. What does Imon need when he's bowling? What does Al Fahad need when he's bowling? And what do the spinners need? Depending on the situation that they find themselves in, and they've been finding themselves into really good situations in this game.
That's very well played from Mohamed Bulbulia. Closing the face of the bat to put that on the ground. Played it really fine. But Shadin Islam is there to keep it to 2 runs. And that's how we end over number 30. It's 144 for 7. And the players will take a drinks. In the olden days, you will think that 144 on this stage will give you 288. But 4 overs from now, we will have that crucial ball being removed from play. And 1 ball will continue until the end of the innings. South Africa need 142 with Captain Bulbulia out there on 65. We will have a drinks.
What was that, James? Yeah. বাইরে বাইরে আমি এখানে পড়া আটকাই দিই ভিডিও করে ওটা সাইডে যাবো গাছ মানে এই তো পায় বল করবি খালি আমি দেখি মিরনদা বাইরে তাই আজ খালি এই যে জায়গা বাজলো যাব বাইরে বাইরে কোন চাপ ইমন ভাই Hey! All right. Atul!
Center. Yep. Right arm over.
We come back. Debashish Deba. After having some drinks, he has taken a wicket. Bowling Bandilembata in the previous over. 145 for 7 after the second drinks break. And one ball will be removed from play after over number 34. And once we get to over number 40 plus, the scoring really slows down. Cannot underestimate the effects of a ball that continuously deteriorates. And we've been seeing how Bangladesh have been handling the ball throughout the innings. Their throws have been bouncing the ball on the square like that. This might be a run out, and he's gone. Out of all the ways to lose your wicket, running yourself out straight after drinks on debut is not the way for Corne Porter. It's 146 for 8.
Incredible throw, that. Really good throw from the deep.
That's the long part of the ground, and I think these two South African batters thought, well, I've hit it to the long part of the boundary, but the throw is so strong. And great position also from Debasish Deba to be in, to be able to gather and break the stumps behind him. Corne Porter, he was looking good for his 8 runs. He has to go. South Africa slump further into a very precarious position. They're on 146 for 8 now.
The whole motion was in one go from the Bangladeshis. A quick pickup from Mohammad Rafi Uzaman. Straight to Debashish Deba. The ball bouncing on the square, kicking it up as well, making it arrive to the bowler much quicker than anticipated. But even still, it was a very tough second to take when the throw is that good. Fantastic work from Mohammad Rafi Uzaman. Good backing up from Debashish Deba. It brings in batter number 10 for the South Africans. He was excellent with the ball. Can he do it with the bat? It's JJ Passon.
Yeah, bowled really well, JJ Passon. I don't think he would have wanted to be out in the middle with bat in hand. He did his job firstly with the ball. Wonderful performance again from Bangladesh. You can't underestimate how good they've been with both bat and ball. Especially with the bat. They were able to put South Africa under pressure with the ball early on after being sent into bat. And then they've come out and they've defended really well. They've been aggressive. They've taken most of the opportunities. I know they've put a couple of catches down, but holistically it's been a really good performance.
One of those chances dropped, can say, was a 70% chance. The other one was a half chance, basically. But the fact that they created those opportunities speaks to the other unseen part of the game, which is the fielding, which has been the difference maker. Nono, earlier on, he was speaking about how South Africa was giving so much space for singles to be taken within the inner ring. There has been none of that by the Bangladeshis. South Africa had to push the ball out of the inner ring in order for them to get those 1s and 2s.
They were tight, really, weren't they? That's the aggression that we were talking about. It's tight on the fielders, putting pressure on the batters. No easy single in that 30-yard circle. They've done really, really well here, Bangladesh. The start of a tour. We've obviously played some warm-up games, a warm-up game here in South Africa already, so they are cricket ready, and it's showing. Debasish Deba, he put on a really good bowling performance here. A wicket in that over. It's 149 for 8.
Even the times when they are going for shies at the stumps, their throwing is so accurate. How good was that? How many times have they given direct hits? I think it's 3 times that they've hit the stumps directly. The South Africans made it home. Their catching, barring those 2 drops which needed to be spectacular to be taken, has also been really good. They're walking in their chatter. They've never stopped talking. The batters have never felt like they've owned the crease, because whenever they come in, they get hounded and surrounded by the Bangladeshis, and that's the hunger, that's the fight you want to see, especially if you are represented by a tiger. Mohammad Al Fahad was in the face of Jason Rolls, was in the face of the top order. This man on the other end was cleaning up the job and getting the wickets.
Bowled him. Serious Yorker that from Iqbal Hussain Iman. Look at these Bangladeshis, they're fired up. And they've almost done the job here in South Africa at first occasion. Too good for JJ Basson that South Africa lose their 9th.
Excellent delivery from Iqbal Hussain Iman. He's been the guy to take the wickets, and he continues being the guy to take the wickets. JJ Basson gets a jaffle for delivery, but as a fast bowler himself, he can appreciate the quality of the ball that got him out. He even gives a nod as he walks out. 149 for 9. And Bayanda Majola, who couldn't continue his spell of bowling, comes out to bat with one more wicket remaining. Mohammad Bulbulia still out there, stranded. It's 149 for 9.
Came off the park a little bit earlier on. Bayanda Majola collided with Aman Manak while fielding in the outfield. Great performance this. And if there is a leaf that the South Africans can take out of this Bangladeshi performance, is the aggression that they've come out with. And I know I keep on harping on that word aggression, but they really have. They've taken the game forward and not let it just mizzle on.
And I think one of the most important things, Pilasande, they look like they're having fun. They are enjoying themselves. And I think more than anything, after all, it is a game and you want to have fun even though you're taking it seriously. The more you have fun, the better it becomes. And if you are performing better, the more fun it becomes. So it's all coming together here for Bangladesh in all 3 facets of the game, with the bat, ball, and on the field.
And they haven't let up. And that's the thing, you know, when you speak about the amount of fun that they've had, they've all in terms and purposes played within the rules. Oh, that is so close to an inside edge onto the stumps. Well, able to steal a single. Good presence of mind from Mohammad Bulbulia to get across and steal the strike from Bayanda Majola. 150s up for South Africa with that single.
Doesn't matter how they count. He gets the one nonetheless. Mohammad Bulbulia is on strike for the 3 deliveries. There's nothing to lose anymore for Mohammad Bulbulia. He's done the best that he could. You can say he can still do more, but he doesn't have a partner on the other side whom he can trust reliably to help him shepherd this chase. He's currently on 67 from 75, and the Bangladeshis are moving the field around. As you can see, Mohammad just scouting what the changes are. Fielders out in the park. Deep point, deep third, deep square, and a very squarish long on.
Oh, he's grimacing in pain here, Mohammad Bulbulia. There was an option to get a single there because the return throw from Iqbal Hussain Imam ricocheted off the stumps and went past the fielder that was covering, but he was still writhing in pain on the ground. Bulbulia couldn't get up and run. Hard lengths again, Bendulo.
He forced that shot. Very lucky that he's standing up. Looked a little bit worrisome if a player falls down without being struck by the ball or being struck by any other object. Messina Jordan has done a lot of running with South Africa. Lucky that time he's able to get up Mohamed Bulbulia.
And that field does suggest again that he's gonna bowl hard lengths. He's not gonna pitch anything up to Mohamed Bulbulia. Leg side heavy field. Yeah, that's not the one that he wanted to execute, was Iman. And he's remonstrating with his captain. His captain is saying to him, go more leg side than offside. Too much width frees the arms of Bulbulia and gets 4 over the offside.
The worst thing on top of that is that the offside is the shorter side of the ground now. So it's 3 Bs. It's on the 4th stump. He takes a couple of steps to open up more width, Mohamed Bulbulia, and so he can free his arms through. The previous delivery was so good because he was bowling it on the shoulder of Bulbulia. So even if he created that room, there was still not enough to work with. He's going to keep the strike. A little bit of that width again. And we see the end of over number 32. There's 2 more overs remaining now until 1 ball is removed. It's 155 for 9 after 32.
Change of bowling.
155 for 9, South Africa. Still a long way off from Bangladesh's target of 286. Batted really well to get to that. And at some point, they looked like they were going to get over 300 runs. And South Africa clawed it back nicely in the back end of that bowling innings. And still a very formidable total.
Shadeen Ismail comes in and he cleans it up. Mohamed Bulbulia was looking to sweep it up, but it's Shadeen Islam who cleans him up. It is all over as Nonopongolo joins in the commentary, and I guess it's a good time for some reflections.
Yeah, it's good timing for me. The man who's created a lot of doubt in the South African minds and finishes it up, wraps up South Africans' batting performance. Not a great display from the South Africans, but you got to say the captain being a standalone, 72 of 78 deliveries. Really just watch all the carnage happen around him. A disappointing start from the South Africans, but a brilliant effort from the Bangladeshis. Got to say from the word go, set the tone. And they were all over the South Africans like a swarm of bees as well. Not looking to give an inch. And it wraps up the South African batting performance, 155 in 32.1 overs.
The best thing for Bangladesh to look at is that their top order batters performed, middle order performed. There were performances down in the lower order as well. And when we come to the bowling, Aki Iqbal Hussein Iman, fast bowler, taking 3 wickets. And then a spin bowler as well in Shadeen Islam, taking 3 wickets in return. So even in their bowling department, they're able to share the work between the pace bowlers and the spin bowlers. Aziz Hakim, Debashish Deba spinners, and then Mohamed Al Fahad was brilliant at the top.
Yeah, really, we got to say from the word go, Zawad Abrab from the top, really setting the tone. And you got to say those 263s in the middle, number 5 and 6, really set the tone for Bangladesh and propelling them to a formidable score. We did ask ourselves, managed to get below what we thought would be a good score, 285. And what we've seen on the surface, it certainly did change became harder to face, and then of course the South Africans put themselves under all sorts of pressure with the lack of partnership. The captain being a standalone, 72 of 79. And again, South Africans maybe might say losing Jason Rolls as well played a big part, but South Africa losing this one. Bangladesh have won the first of 3 matches by 130 runs, setting the tone in this 3-match series.
It's going to be hard conversations to be had by Coach Malima Keta and the rest of the boys as they shape up for the next 2 games. Talk about shaping up. We're going to have a listen to the 2 captains of the team. Pilasande Sklaba is busy setting up downstairs. We're going to speak to Aziz Akim Tamim, and we're going to speak to Mohammed Bulbulia. Thank you for joining us. Listen up for what Pilasande has to say downstairs. As for up here in the country, myself, Mpendulo Makubane, Nono Pongolo, we've brought you this commentary. We take you down to Pilasande Sklaba for the post-match interviews.
Referee, Mr. Rudy Birkenstock. Wonderful for